Hello everyone, a very good morning and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep. Welcome to another session on internal security. Yesterday we had completed Northeast insurgency, a very big topic and a very important topic. So today we'll be starting with the next chapter. We shall take a look at the role of media and social media and how these communication networks can be misused to create security challenges. So this is going to be the first topic that we'll cover, and then we shall take a look at cybersecurity. We shall focus on various aspects of cyber safety. We'll understand cyber warfare, cyber espionage, and what measures has India been taking to improve its cybersecurity. All these topics they're all in current affairs. They're all very dynamic, they're all trending topics. And as a result, it's a little difficult to approach these topics on your own because there are some basic concepts to be covered along with a lot of current developments of the last few years. So in the class, we will ensure that we will discuss all the latest developments to give you a complete idea about these trending topics related to technology, how technology can be misused to create security challenges. So we'll start with a discussion on media platforms. We'll carry out a comparison between traditional media and new forms of media. When we say new media, we are referring to all the digital media, the internet based media. It could be your social media platforms and all the other digital media platforms like OTT platforms, digital news platforms, etc. So they all fall under the category of new media. When I say traditional media, it refers to your traditional sources of media such as print, which is nothing but your newspapers, magazines, which is available on print. Then radio, one of the oldest forms of communication, and of course, television. So all these traditional forms of media can be classified under one category, and all the new age forms of media, which have evolved with computers and communication technology and internet, they get classified as new media. Now, there is a fundamental difference between these two forms of media with regard to how they operate, with regard to their reach, and with regard to the impact that they can have on the society. There is a fundamental difference between traditional media and new forms of media. So that is something we need to understand first. Because see, any type of media can be misused. It's not just your internet based media, it's not just social media which can be misused. Even print can be misused. Radio, television can also be misused. Since age old times, since communication was established, even when literature used to be written, handwritten, even before print, any form of communication, any form of media can be misused and has been misused. It can be misused to spread fake news. I'm sure most of you are aware regarding the menace caused by fake news. Fake news is not a new trend. It's existed from centuries. Even before technology evolved, information has been deliberately misinterpreted to serve certain political interests, to serve a certain agenda, or to serve a certain ideology. With the evolution of technology, it became easier to disseminate information. When print media came into being, when newspapers and flyers and pamphlets and magazines could be printed, it became easier to mass produce information and disseminate this to a larger audience. Then, with radio and television, the scale, the reach kept on increasing. The audience increased, and thus the reach and the impact increased. So it has become easier and easier to misuse platforms of media with evolution of technology. See, that is the challenge with technology. Any revolutionary breakthrough in technology can be a strength, it can be a boon for the society. It can create many opportunities, It can democratize information, right? Each and every one of us can participate in this information network. As technology evolves, we all get to have a say. We all get to express ourselves, to exercise our right to free speech and expression. It could create jobs, millions of jobs in the economy. It could become the backbone of the economy. So these are the strengths of technology. At the same time, every strength has its weakness. Revolutionary breakthrough technologies, they have a major weakness, that if these technologies are in the wrong hands, if it is in the hands of miscreants, vested interests, they could misuse these platforms for the wrong purposes. They could use these platforms with a malified intention, meaning a wrong intention. They can misuse the platforms to cause harm, to harm the society, to harm the country, to harm the government. So vested interests could easily misuse these platforms, and as technology has evolved, it has become easier and easier to do this. Now, with new forms of media, this can be done at the scale of millions of people, at the scale of the whole country, at the scale of the global level. That's the only difference between traditional and new media, right? Essentially, all communication platforms, they give you a medium through which you can reach out to a larger audience. But as technology has evolved, as new forms of media have come up, it's become easier and easier to have a wider impact, to have a bigger reach. And this could be positive for the economy. But in the wrong hands, the same tools, the same technology can be misused if it is put for the wrong purpose. So this is something that we'll study and understand in this chapter. We will compare the features of traditional media with new media and explain why the misuse of new media is much more dangerous. Compared to your traditional media, the misuse of new media is more dangerous, more harmful. It has a more immediate real world impact. It can have an impact in the real world, in the physical world, even though these media platforms are in the virtual world, right? Because internet is virtual. Even though these are virtual platforms, it can have a real world impact. It can create real security problems. So compared to traditional media, definitely misuse of new media represents a much bigger threat. This is mainly because of the way in which new media operates, the way in which new media has been built. Now, when you look at traditional media platforms, let's say a radio channel or a TV channel, or even a newspaper, it's always one-to-many communication. There is one media agency communicating with a larger audience. For example, a newspaper like the Hindu or the Indian Express, right? There is one company printing the newspaper, the Hindu, the Indian Express, the Times of India, right? Each entity, each company is one entity. It's one publisher. But the audience is a wider audience. Maybe a few lakh people, right? Or maybe a few million people will read each newspaper. So it is one-to-many communication. So when it is one-to-many communication, there is a greater degree of control on what information is being communicated. Do you agree? It basically means that the publisher can control the information. They can decide what information to give out to the audience and what information to be withheld. So this is both good and bad. It is good because the publisher can hold back the harmful information. Publisher can check the facts before publishing it to the audience. Your newspapers, they do a thorough fact check for every article that they publish, because they have a responsibility that they owe towards the media industry, towards the public, towards the country. So these publishers, if they are responsible, they will thoroughly check the content that they are publishing. So this is good. It helps in checking fake news. It helps in preventing misuse of these platforms. But at the same time, it's bad because if few people are controlling the media, then that is undemocratic. Not everyone will get a chance to express their voice, to raise their concerns, their issues, their demands. In traditional media, the audience is largely a consumer, right? We are simply reading the newspaper, listening to a radio show, a podcast, or let's say we are watching a TV news channel. We are simply the audience. We're just a consumer. It's usually one-to-many communication, and it's a one-way communication usually. Now you might say, sir, we can write to the editor. We can call the radio channel. We can call the TV channel. Correct. But how many of us can do that? Will all of us do that? And will the publisher, broadcaster entertain all the letters and the calls that they receive? No, it's not possible. Now, if you open the Hindu, go to the editorial section, there is a section for letters from the audience, letters from the readers. So they selectively publish maybe 6 or 7 letters, right? But thousands of people would have written to them, and they're not picking all the letters. They pick only what they want and publish only few letters. So that is not true two-way communication. It's a one-way communication. Same with radio channels, TV channels. Yes, you can write to them, you can call them, but they can't entertain every call, every letter. Not every person in the audience has an option to communicate. Very few people, a very small percentage of the audience gets a chance to communicate. So that is not two-way communication. That is one-way communication. There is one publisher, one broadcaster publishing to a larger audience, broadcasting to a larger audience. The audience is simply receiving the information. And the other important feature of traditional media is that when it started out, it was primarily a news-based media. Be it print, be it radio, television. They all started out as news-based platforms and then branched out into entertainment. The primary purpose of radio, even television, print, was to carry news, to relay information to the people. Then came entertainment. And also traditional media works only in one format. In radio channels, only audio will be heard, right? There can't be any video or visuals in radio. To take television, television can bring visuals and audio, but again, it's a very limited interactive form of media that they bring to the audience. Print is just text and images. It can't have audio or visuals. So traditional media is just one format of media. So this again is both a boon and a limitation, right? More importantly, in traditional media, it would take time to disseminate the information. There is always a time lag between an event and the reporting of that event. If you talk to your parents, your grandparents, right? If you ask them how they would track a cricket match going on in some other country, you would get to know. Back in the 60s, 70s, or 80s, it was very hard to get live updates. There was nothing called instantaneous communication. There was always a time lag. Newspapers would print after one day. They would report events, developments after at least 24 hours, right? Because it would take time to collect the information, to carry out fact check, print everything, publish, distribute, then reach the audience. Even with radio, television, they maintain a network of reporters, journalists to receive reports from around the world, to fact check the content, then air the content. It would take a lot of time. There would be at least a few hours delay, a few minutes delay at least. And this time lag again was both good and bad. It was bad for the audience because you wouldn't get instant updates, like you couldn't watch a live cricket match or get updates instantly. But the good thing was the time lag will help control emotions when there is a disturbing development. Now imagine there is a communal riot which has happened in one part of the country. Now the authorities who want to prevent a further crisis, they can work with the media to hold the information for some hours or to delay the relaying of that information. That was good because whenever there is something instantaneous happening, we humans have a tendency to connect with it. If tomorrow someone tells you that clashes have broken out in another city where people of your community are being targeted by people of another community, this triggers your emotions, your passions. You'll be triggered to act, right? But if there is a delay, let's say you get to know 1 day later or 2 days later or a few hours later, and that too with verified fact checked information without any rumors and fake news and misinformation. If all that unnecessary content is filtered out and authentic information is given to you after a slight delay, it will not have the same emotional reaction. It will not have the same emotional response from the audience. So, in many ways, this was good. The time lag involved was good. And also in traditional media, not everyone could publish the content, not everyone could broadcast the content. It's very expensive to run a traditional media platform. To have a newspaper, you need the print machines, you need a printing press, you need to procure the expensive paper, the ink, right? You need to have a network of reporters, journalists. So it's not easy for a normal individual to start a newspaper. It's not easy for a normal person to start a radio channel or a TV channel. They're even more expensive. You need the broadcasting equipment, all the technological, the back-end technology is needed, right? Again, you need a team of networks, operational teams, studios. They're all very, very expensive. Not every individual can become a publisher, a writer, or a broadcaster. This was again both good and bad. Good how? Because it was good because information could be controlled. At least the bad information could be filtered out. Fake news could be filtered out. Accountability can be enforced if there are few publishers and few broadcasters. We can have policies, guidelines in place and ensure that newspapers and radio and TV channels follow the guidelines, follow media ethics, the code of conduct, to ensure that media is responsible. But the downside is that, the negative side is that, if few entities are controlling information, that is undemocratic. They can easily stifle any dissent, any criticism. It won't give everyone a choice to express their free speech and expression, right? Every technology has its positives, its negatives. But in many ways, traditional media was better because it had a limited reach. Its reach was limited. Its influence was limited. Not everybody would get influenced by what they were reading in newspaper, by what they were watching on a television channel. Even though these platforms were also being misused, because any media platform will have an ideological bias. Some newspapers will be inclined towards left-wing ideology. Some will be inclined towards right-wing ideology. And you know our TV news channels, how Indian TV news channels are. They are basically a screaming contest, right? They bring 10, 20 people, 30 people into a panel, and it's about who screams the loudest, including the anchor himself or herself. And also, TV news channels have become highly politically motivated. There are many big corporate houses, political parties, politicians who have invested their money in these platforms. So that, of course, is a major concern, that the corporatization of the media, politicization of the media is dangerous for a democracy. Then only few elites and few entities can control the information, control the media, thereby manipulate the society. That was always a concern. But the advantage was the reach was limited. Maybe few thousand or few lakh people read a newspaper, few thousand people listen to a radio station, maybe a few lakh or few million people watch a TV channel, not more than that, right? The reach was always limited. There was no instantaneous communication. There would always be some time lag between the incident and the communication of that information. The, the information was largely controlled by publishers and broadcasters, bringing more responsibility and accountability. So while these are the positives of traditional media, it had its downside as well. Mainly because traditional media is not very democratic. It's not truly democratic. That would be a right way of putting it. Because few entities, few companies, few media houses, they would control the information. And if they were biased, right, if they had a corporate inclination, a corporate motive, or if they were inclined towards a political party or a religious organization, if they had a political religious bias, that would get reflected in their reporting as well, right? So that would be the downside. But still, it was not such a major threat, as the reach, the impact, the scale was limited. The reach, impact, The scale was limited. Now, the exact opposite is true with your new media. If you look at your internet based platforms, especially social media platforms, be it Meta, that's Facebook, or X, which was Twitter, right? Telegram, WhatsApp, Instagram, YouTube, the list goes on. There are plenty of social networking sites serving different purposes, offering different services. They have wide popularity, a wide acceptance today. Almost every individual has a basic mobile phone, a basic internet connection, right? So, with this evolution of new technology, the new internet based platforms, media has seen a complete transformation. The advantages of new media is enormous. New media has truly democratized information. How? Because everybody can be a content creator. All of us, you, me, everyone, even an illiterate person, even a person who has not studied, right? All they need is a basic smartphone, a basic internet connection, even a 2G connection would do, and basic skills on how to use social media. Anybody can become a content creator. So that is why new media is many to many communication. There are many publishers, many content creators, and many consumers. It's not one to many, it's many to many communication. Every subscriber, every person who has an account, who has subscribed to a certain platform, can become a content creator. They can post images, videos, they can write what they want on their walls, right? Every format of media can be brought out here. It's a truly convergent media. You can even manipulate or alter the content that you're posting superficially, artificially, right? I'm sure many of you would have used filters to enhance your images. You color correct your videos to make it look better, right? There's nothing wrong with that. But imagine if it's put to the wrong use. There are many tools through which you can create fake images, right? From basic Photoshop to the deep fakes that we are seeing today. I hope everyone has heard about a deep fake. Deep fake is a fake, hyper realistic media format generated through AI algorithms. Today, artificial intelligence has evolved so much that generative AI can generate images, create content, content which doesn't exist. By learning patterns, by learning through the data which it has been fed with, the algorithm can create an organic image, a completely new image, a completely new visual for you. And it looks very authentic, very real. That's why they are referred to as hyper realistic media. You can easily superimpose someone else's face on someone else's body. You can use someone else's voice and add it to the content that you're creating. Right? I'm sure all of you would have seen this. So, with the evolution of fakes and deep fakes, there is a greater concern that these platforms could be misused. And your new age media is not essentially news based, it is largely entertainment based. You don't keep scrolling through your pages for news or information. UPSC aspirants might do it to an extent, but as human tendency is towards recreation, towards entertainment, right? We largely use these platforms for passing time, for getting to know more. It could be a hobby as well. It could be productive and it could be non-productive, right? So this media format, which is truly convergent, where there is many to many communication and interactive, instantaneous two-way communication, this creates numerous advantages. Anything happening in any corner of the world can be relayed instantaneously, right? Anybody can go live. They can stream the, the incident immediately to your phones, directly onto your screen. So this could be a great advantage. You get immediate updates, instant updates. You keep receiving notifications. You can interact with your network, with your social network. That's the very concept of a social network. The fundamental concept of new media is to create a virtual social network to help you connect with your family, your friends, your acquaintances, your lost friends, and even with random strangers. Right? That is the idea of social media or social networking. You build a social network on these platforms. And you cannot have a social network without two-way communication, without interaction. So if someone posts a video or an image, you can comment on it. You can like their video, right? Or any content on YouTube, you can like it, you can dislike it, you can express your views. Let's say someone is making a political point, you can counter them. If you don't agree with them, you can counter them with your opinion. So every person here who's part of the network gets the right to express their opinion. So it is truly interactive. It is a two-way communication that has been created. Many of the platforms are highly encrypted. They offer end-to-end encryption in order to guarantee your data privacy, your digital privacy. The companies themselves cannot read the messages that you're sending privately. It's impossible for them because that is a high level of encryption that they would have built in to the system, which to guarantee the data safety, the data security of the users. This is all good. This is all great if it is used for the right purposes. Today, social media single-handedly has driven the economy. It has created millions of jobs around the world. People are self-employed, especially small businesses. They're able to market their business better by using social media. Content creators are making a livelihood by bringing out content on social media. So social media, the new forms of media, they have revolutionized the economy without a doubt. All these are positives. Everybody has a voice. It's not that one media, one entity, one organization is controlling your information. All of you get a free choice to express yourselves, to air your opinion, right? That is truly democratic. It has tremendous economic benefits. But at the same time, if the technology is put to the wrong use, it can have disastrous consequences. Because see here, the reach of social media is staggering. The reach of social media is unlimited. If you create the right content, it can go viral. People can keep sharing it. Your audience will not just be few thousand or few lakh or few millions. It can go into hundreds of millions. You can hit billions of views if you produce the right content. That is the tremendous scale, the impact that social media can have. It's much more easier to manipulate or to alter your views, your opinions by using social media. If let's say I'm a content creator, if I know how to play with content, if I know how to play with the minds of the audience, I can ensure that my viewers can be manipulated, even without their own knowledge. Now, that is tremendous power again in the hand of one person or one entity. If those who have that ability, those who have that reach on social media, right? Let's say an influencer. If an influencer is creating content with a malified intention, with the intention to promote fake news, they know the information is fake, or they themselves are so radicalized and brainwashed that they no longer can differentiate between what's fake and what's real, right? Either ways, they end up propagating extreme views, extreme opinions, false information, completely wrong information with a wrong intent to carry out propaganda. The large audience which is consuming it instantaneously, the two through interactive formats where a lot of content could be manipulated through fakes and deep fakes, right? It's very easy to achieve what we call as social engineering. Through media, you can easily achieve social engineering. This is the concern. What is social engineering? Social engineering is about engineering the minds of the society. It's basically about manipulating the masses By using media, if I can manipulate the views, the opinions, the decisions of millions of people, that is social engineering. And that is tremendous power, much more powerful than traditional media. Even in traditional media, fake news can be carried. In traditional media, paid news can be relayed. In traditional media, misinformation, disinformation can be carried. This all helps in carrying out propaganda. We can do this in traditional media as well. Is that clear? Please understand this. I will explain everything. I'll explain what is misinformation, disinformation, what is paid news, what is propaganda. We'll come to it. We'll take it up later. As of now, please understand that these different forms of misusing media can be done with traditional media as well. Even in newspaper, I can write a fake article. We can introduce a paid article in a newspaper, meaning I'll sponsor an article. It will be disguised as a news item. The audience will not get to know that it's an advertisement. They'll think it's a news article. We can deliberately plant wrong information to spread a certain propaganda, to carry out propaganda for a certain ideology. Through such a campaign, you can achieve social engineering in traditional media as well, but the reach is limited. The scale is limited. The number of people you can impact, the number of people you can influence is very limited in traditional media. Not everybody reads a newspaper, not everybody listens to a radio channel, not everybody watches a TV news show, right? But that is not the case with new media. From your grandparents to the smallest member in your family, everybody is having access to social media, and we are hooked to social media. Everybody has a mobile phone, an internet connection, and most of us believe that whatever we see on the internet is true. We conflate the virtual world with the real world. That's again human psychology, human tendency at play. So this is what miscreants can work upon. This is their advantage. Those with a vested interest, let's say there is a radical terrorist. They want to spread their radical ideology, their religious fundamentalist ideology. Or let's say there is a political party. They want to manipulate the voters. They want to make the voters switch their political opinion. This could be done much more easily through new forms of media by carrying out social engineering. I can engineer the minds of the society. I can alter the decisions of billions of people with a targeted campaign. A campaign that includes fake news, misinformation, disinformation, paid news, and propaganda. These are the tools used to carry out social engineering. Is that clear? In such a campaign, these are the tools employed to achieve social engineering, to manipulate the views, the opinions, the decisions of millions of people. So this is called social engineering, engineering the minds of the society. Today, this has become much more easier in new media. By using new media, it's easier to manipulate the masses as compared to traditional media. So what is the conclusion? Any media platform, it has tremendous advantages, right? Be it traditional media or new media, they all create opportunities. They're good for the economy. They help in communication. They democratize information. At the same time, they have their own drawbacks. Depending on how these platforms, these technologies were built, they have their own limitations, their own drawbacks. But the concern is about their misuse. If the same platforms are in the wrong hands, right, in the hands of a terrorist organization, a political party, or your own government, or a hostile country, non-state actors or hostile state actors, they could all misuse media platforms, even private companies, right? Even NGOs. They can misuse any media platform. Both traditional and new media, both can be misused, right? But the difference is that the scale, the impact, the reach of new media is staggering. It's many times higher, exponentially higher compared to your traditional media. So by misusing media platforms, I can promote fake news, I can spread wrong information, right? We can propagate misinformation, disinformation, and engage in propaganda campaigns. By using these tools that I mentioned here with a malified intention, we can manipulate the audience. That is called social engineering. We can engineer the minds of the audience. This could be done with traditional media as well, but there the reach was limited, the impact was limited. Now in new media, the reach, the scale is staggering, and this is where the concern comes up. This is where the threat arises. When media is misused for these purposes, it could create real world problems, including security challenges. Is that clear? I hope this concept is clear for everyone. You don't have to by heart anything. You don't have to reproduce what I have told you. If you understood the core concept that I discussed, you can easily present this in your own words. Understood? Now, let us talk about the different ways in which media is getting misused. Let's get a deeper insight into what is propaganda, what is fake news, what's misinformation, disinformation, what exactly is social engineering. Let's get a deeper insight into this. Propaganda refers to any targeted campaign which is driven by an agenda. Usually, it's a negative agenda. Propaganda is usually not a positive word. It has a negative connotation to it. So when someone is using media platforms to promote a certain political ideology or a religious ideology or any kind of extremist ideology, right? If they're doing this with a deliberate intention, through a targeted campaign to manipulate their audience, to promote their ideology, then that is propaganda. In propaganda, there is always a strong ideological motivation. Is that clear? There is a strong motivation to promote a certain view, a certain political view, a certain religious view, a certain extremist view. So this planned, organized, targeted campaign, this is called propaganda. It is always an organized campaign. One individual can't carry out propaganda. One person can't do it. It requires an organized group, an organized network. Is that clear? So propaganda has been a tool for dictators, authoritarian rulers. You take Nazi Germany, for example. How do you think the popularity of Nazi party was built? How do you think the hero-like, god-like image of Adolf Hitler was built? It was built entirely on the propaganda machinery of the Nazis. The Nazi propaganda machinery was so effective in convincing the Germans that Hitler is good for you. Hitler is good for the country. Hitler is the only person who can save this country. Hitler is the only person who can protect Germans from all the external enemies and internal enemies. This propaganda was effectively carried out by the Nazi party. So propaganda is a classic feature of any authoritarian dictatorial rule. You look at all the dictatorships in West Asia, in North Africa. Look at North Korea, another classic example. King Jong-un is worshipped like a hero, like a godlike figure, right? So usually propaganda is associated with strong authoritarian dictatorial leadership when it comes to political propaganda. Similarly, when it comes to religious extremism, religious fundamentalism, there are several fundamentalist groups promoting radical religious ideologies. They engage in targeted campaigns. They try to promote a view that their religion is superior. Other religions are inferior. People of other religions have to be targeted. They have to be wiped out. They have to be eliminated. Such extreme views are promoted through religious propaganda as well. Right? And this is not limited to any one religion or particular religion. This is seen across all religions. Because as we have studied, there is a strand of extremism in every faith, in every religion. Why do they do it? They do it because it serves their interests, their political, economic interests. Propaganda is mainly about control over power. It's mainly to manipulate the masses to ensure that these entities retain their hold over power. Terrorist organizations could also do it, mainly to spread their ideology, to gain recruits, and to engage in acts of terrorism. So propaganda is a campaign, a planned campaign, a targeted campaign with an organized effort to spread and promote these wrong ideologies. So propaganda is a negative word in itself. It has a negative connotation to it. There is an agenda behind it. There is a strong ideological motivation driving a propaganda campaign. So to carry out propaganda, you need different tools. You need different tools to carry out this propaganda. So this is where rumor mongering, fake news, paid news comes into picture. Fake news is nothing but information that is entirely false. It's not factual, basically. It's factually incorrect. Is that clear? Factually incorrect information which is being spread, that is fake news. This could be done deliberately, or sometimes it could be due to lack of checks and balances. It could happen without a wrong intention as well, right? Someone might not have checked the facts, or someone might not be aware of the actual facts. So they might spread the wrong information, the wrong message. So even that is fake news. But someone who knows that it is wrong, but still they are spreading it deliberately, even that is fake news. Fake news is any information which is not factual, which is not factually correct. Right? It's largely rooted in conspiracy theories. That's what gives rise to rumors. Rumors are slightly different from fake news. It's pretty much the same, but there is a slight difference. In case of rumors, in case of conspiracy theories, there might be some element of truth. There might be some element of truth, or at least there will be some basis. And based on this, wrong information is being spread. So rumors, it may not be entirely fake or entirely false. There might be some basis to it, but it's given a different twist, a different context, and the rumor spreads through the grapevine, through the networks. So these are different tools that are engaged in a propaganda campaign. Propaganda is designed to carry out misinformation and what we also call as disinformation. These are two different types of wrong information which is relayed. When we say misinformation, it refers to information which is wrong, which is not factually correct again, but it is largely being spread without an intention to cause harm. In case of misinformation, there is no deliberate intention to cause harm. Is that clear? Because sometimes the audience which is not aware of the facts, they might start believing what they read, they might start spreading what they are reading. They have no intention to cause any harm, they have no vested interest. But any spread of wrongful information, which is based on conspiracies, which is based on or influenced by fake news, if it's spreading without a wrong intention to cause harm or hurt, that is misinformation. You are basically being misinformed. So there could be some basis. Again, there could be some factual basis, but still the conclusions could be incorrect. Like they will take some historical fact, it's twisted, given a different view, and people without knowledge, without their awareness, without any intention to cause harm might be spreading it. So that is called misinformation, where information is spreading that is wrong, that is incorrect, which is not entirely factual. There could be some basis to it, but it's not the truth. But if it is spreading through a network without any intention to cause harm or hurt, that is usually called misinformation. Now, those who want to create propaganda, those who want to carry out propaganda, they can introduce misinformation as well. They can plant fake news and rumors to spread misinformation, because others will do it. The audience will start spreading the misinformation. Audience will not have a wrong intention, but the creators who planted this, they might have a wrong intention. So it can become a tool in propaganda. The other type of wrongful information, deceitful information, is disinformation. In disinformation, there is a clear intention. There is a clear intention to cause harm, to cause hurt, to discredit someone, to defame someone, or even to glorify someone. Let's say there are two political parties. One party is engaging in a propaganda campaign to target the other party. So they will exaggerate the failures of the other party. They will personally target the opposition leader, the leader of that opposition party. They will glorify the achievements of their own leaders and their own party. They'll over exaggerate their own achievements, and they will deliberately cut down the achievements or they'll further step up the failures of the other party. So this is done deliberately. They know this is wrong, but they're doing it to discredit someone, to defame someone. There's a clear intention to harm, to hurt, and to glorify someone else as well. So that is called disinformation. So even this could be done by using fake news, rumors, etc., conspiracies, etc. It's about what purpose is the information serving. If the purpose is to harm someone, to harm someone's dignity, if the purpose is to defame, discredit someone, put them down, glorify yourself, that is disinformation. If there is no deliberate intention to cause harm, and if people are just spreading or circulating a wrongful information, that is misinformation. So combination of these tools, they are employed in a propaganda campaign. A propaganda campaign will make use of conspiracy theories and rumors, which has some basis, some factual basis, but it's largely rumors. There could be fake news, which is entirely false, entirely incorrect. Combination of this is used to spread this information in the network, where the audience, the people themselves will start circulating it without knowing that it's wrong, right? They believe what they have read is true. They don't have any intention to cause harm, but they are spreading it. So misinformation is spreading. But when it is deliberately done to harm someone, to target someone, that is disinformation. So through these tools, propaganda campaigns are carried out. Paid news is another menace. It's another tool in the hands of those who carry out propaganda. Paid news is nothing but advertisement disguised as news. What will happen if advertisement is disguised as news? Right? It has a big impact, because the way we consume ads and news is different. In newspapers, for example, right? Open the Hindu, open the Indian Express. You can easily recognize which are news articles published by the Hindu, which are advertisements. The design, the color, the font, the placement, everything is different. They clearly mention that it's an advertisement, right? So we know that ads are sponsored. Someone is paying for it. So they might have an intention to promote their product. So we don't buy whatever the advertisement is telling us, right? We don't believe in whatever the ads are telling us. We know that. We know that ads are sponsored. They are paid for. Because the publisher ensured that they are transparent with their audience. They clearly mark the ads separately to ensure they don't mislead their audience. But news is something we consume, because news is facts. We put faith in the publisher, in the broadcaster, that they would have exercised diligence. Before publishing, we believe that they would have done the fact check, they would have checked the authenticity, and only then they would have published this as news. So whatever we read as news, we believe that, we consume that. So there is a difference in the way in which we take news and ads. The same goes for social media. Whatever you see on social media, right? There is something called paid partnerships, where brands tie up with content creators, influencers to promote their brands. That's a way of monetizing it. That's a way of, promoting products. But on social media platforms, there are features today. clearly they will mark it as paid partnership. So you know that it's an ad, it's a sponsored review, it's a sponsored feedback. But if that is not done, if someone is concealing it, if someone is concealing ads, presenting it as news, presenting it as their views and facts and opinions, then that is misleading. Political parties, let's say, before elections, they'll work with their favorite newspapers or TV channels, they'll sponsor them, they'll fund them, and they'll plant articles, information in media. Let's say there is an article which is criticizing the opposition, praising the other party. Now, if this is presented as a news article, as a column, as a editorial, the moment you read it, you believe, oh, this is true. The newspaper is saying this, okay, this must be true. But you don't know that this article was paid for. The party had paid money to get this article published. It's an advertisement essentially, but disguised as a news article. Same with TV channels. The debates they carry out, the ideology they try to push, if it is sponsored by someone, right? You're being misled. These are paid news articles, these are paid news items being pushed as news. It's actually advertisements. So that is paid news. We have this on social media as well. But social media platforms, they have this feature where they can tag the ads separately. Ads are clearly marked. Any ads pushed through digital marketing, like they clearly appear as advertisements. It's clearly marked as advertisements. If content creators, influencers are posting, right? If they're working with a certain brand, with a certain organization, they clearly mark it as paid partnership. If that is not done, if they are dishonest, if they're concealing it as a paid partnership, if they're hiding it and providing it as a genuine review, then they're misleading their audience, right? Imagine, let's say there is a new shampoo or a new makeup product which has come out in the market. There's an influencer who's trying it on, giving a positive feedback, a review, but they have not revealed to their audience, to their followers, their subscribers, that they were actually paid for by this company. They're hiding it, they're not listing it as paid partnership. So the loyal followers, they'll believe that whatever the influencer is saying is true. They'll go and buy the product, which will boost sales for that company, right? That is dishonest. So that is the impact of paid news. It can manipulate your views, your opinions. It's a tool in propaganda. So by using these different tools, they try to achieve social engineering. The end goal is social engineering. The end goal of any propaganda campaign is social engineering, which is to manipulate the masses. Manipulating the minds of the masses is the end goal. That's the end game of any propaganda campaign. And the tools used are fake news, rumors, misinformation, disinformation, paid news. These are the tools used in a propaganda campaign to carry out social engineering. Is that clear? So this is the menace, the threat posed by the misuse of media. Now, this can be done just by using traditional media. But in traditional media, the reach, the scale is limited. The number of people they can impact is limited. But in new media, the threat is that the reach is staggering. It is exponential. They can influence millions of people and the masses. And at the societal level, opinions, decisions can be manipulated. Is that clear? Now, along with this, along with this, if your personal data collected through digital platforms, if this is misused for a propaganda campaign to achieve social engineering, this will have a much more serious impact, because all the devices that we use, all the applications that you are using, they're all collecting different kinds of personal data, usually with your own permission. When you download an application, right, be it Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, or any app for that matter, even a game, right, or banking application, any apps that you download on your phones, your computers, certain permissions are asked. Permission to track your location, permission to access your contact list, permission to read your messages, permission to turn on your camera, turn on your microphone, right? To capture audio and video and use it for various purposes. So a lot of permissions are sought, and only when you give your assent, only when you give your consent, can you access these applications. So all the apps, they collect data, they collect your personal data. Today, in today's world, data is gold. Data is the new oil, right? In the digital world, we are living in the fourth industrial revolution today. Today's era is the fourth industrial revolution era. The first industrial revolution was in 1800s, driven by steam, right? And the technologies associated with it. Then came electricity. Then came computers and communication, the second and third stages of industrial revolution. Now we are in the fourth stage of industrial revolution, driven by critical emerging technologies. Your fourth industrial revolution is being driven by critical emerging technologies like AI, machine learning, Internet of Things, even quantum computing, right? And all the new age forms of media, 5G, 6G networks, they're all part of critical emerging technologies that drive the fourth stage of the industrial revolution. And this entire revolution is based on data. Data is the driver of this stage of the industrial revolution. Because all your AI algorithms, your neural networks, machine learning platforms, they are trained through data. They learn from data. So the data which is being harvested from your accounts, from your activity, from your devices, it is of great use to the companies, to the platforms, right, which have created these technologies. It is needed for a legitimate purpose as well. But the question is, to what extent can they collect data? To what purpose are they using it for? This is where concerns come up. Because see, companies, of course, they're not doing charity. Any private business is meant for profit. That's how private business should operate. That's the whole concept of a private business. There's nothing wrong in seeking profits. Problem is, how are they trying to make profits? Now, let's say a company like Meta, that is Facebook or X or Twitter. Obviously, they would want some kind of data from their users, which they can monetize. Because you're using their platforms for free, right? You didn't pay any amount to subscribe to Facebook, to have an account on Twitter, to have a YouTube account. Of course, they'll have some premium offerings, but to have a basic account, it's all free. But please ensure that, or please know that nothing comes free in the world, right? The applications that you think are free, even the games that you play, right? The various networking apps that you use, even the dating apps and all the other networking apps, nothing comes for free. If you're not subscribing to it, if you're not having a premium account, it means you're paying them in different ways. You're paying the company through your data, which will be monetized later. Your data is the money, because data is the new gold. It is the new oil. The companies are looking for your data, which can be monetized. This again is not entirely wrong. That is the business model. It's not entirely wrong to monetize personal data. It's about the boundaries that will be set. There should be explicit consent obtained. Nothing should be done without your consent, without your approval. You should be thoroughly informed by the companies on how they are monetizing your data. As long as that is done, as long as there are clear boundaries, restrictions, and prohibitions on the misuse of that data, it is fine, because you can build a whole economy around it. The new age economy which is getting created, it is built around data. By monetizing your personal and non-personal data, we can create an entire business model, right? It's good for the economy, it creates job opportunities, it brings enormous benefits for the country, for the companies as well, and for the people. But without those restrictions, without those boundaries, if personal, non-personal data is getting monetized in a wrong way, then that is where the concern lies. Is that clear? That is where the threat arises in the digital world. Now, let's look at some examples. Let's look at some illustrations. Let's say I'm using a mobile phone. I have various apps on my phone, and I'm talking to my friend that I want to purchase this new watch, right? I'm discussing this with my friend. I've not searched anywhere. I've not, done any kind of online research. I'm just having a conversation, a regular physical conversation with a friend that I want to purchase a new watch. Immediately, I see that on my social media platforms, I start seeing advertisements which are promoting various watch brands. Now, that's not a coincidence. That's because your phone is listening. Your phone is picking up your conversation. It could be recording videos, pictures as well, because you would have given permission. When I downloaded various apps, I would have given permission, giving access to these devices, right? Giving access to the microphone, to the camera, etc. I would have agreed for the speech to be captured. So if my consent is there, it is fine. I'm okay with it. If I'm getting customized ads, it's good. Now I don't have to put more effort to search. If all the ads are coming right on my phone screen, I can go through the products, review them, then I can go pick the best watch. So it helps me in a way as a customer, right? But when this happens without my consent, when this becomes intrusive, right? When my intimate conversations are being recorded, that becomes dangerous. That's a breach of privacy. I'm sure everyone would have noticed this, right? It's not just your location, your name, your age, which is getting captured. There is much more intimate data getting collected by various apps and devices. Let's say you're using a health tracker or a digital watch. All the health data which is getting monitored, the parameters are getting uploaded as well. The companies might want to look into that because they know how to monetize it. They know how to build health products based on your health condition, right? So if it's done with your consent, it's fine. But without your consent, without your explicit consent, without you being informed about it, if that is done by the company, then that is wrong. That's a breach of your privacy, a breach of your data security. So this is where the gray areas come up. It's an area which is very hard to regulate. In fact, governments are still struggling on how to regulate the area of new media, social media. I'm sure you guys would have experienced this in your personal life, right? The moment you start searching the best IS coaching institute, you would have been flooded with various ads. The moment you discuss with your friend about watching a movie, right? Those ads will start popping up, those reviews will start popping up. Or you search something on an e-commerce platform, you want to purchase something online, right? Immediately you will get a host of ads. That's because a lot of data is getting collected from your location, your GPS location, right? Your house address, your office address, your college address. The apps are smart enough to pick that up depending on your activity, your behavior. The apps understand who's there in your network. The apps can recognize your parents, your siblings, your friends, your close friends and distant friends, your work colleagues. This can be easily differentiated by an app. Today, the algorithms are that smart, right? They can see the patterns, they can see the interactions, they can understand what kind of relations you have, right? That's why they access the contact book. They match your contact book with your social network and the public interaction that you're having. So that will help the algorithm determine, okay, that these are your parents, this is your spouse, this is your boyfriend, girlfriend, this is your manager, this is your work colleagues. So that is very personal information again. It's not just that. Let's say you visit a gym, you start working out. You will see that you're flooded with a host of health related products, from nutritional supplements to various gym equipment or gym subscriptions, etc. Right? So this is again targeted advertising. This is again targeted ads. See, targeted ads are not entirely bad. That is how companies can make money. That is how they can monetize your data. As I told you, if it is done in the right way, if it's done in an ethical way, right? By obtaining your consent, by informing you, if you're okay with it, because customers can benefit as well. If I'm getting the right product which suits my interests, my preference, What's better than that? It saves me time. I don't have to search. I don't have to, put in that extra effort. It makes life easier for me. So if I'm okay with it, then that's fine. Targeted ads, customized ads are good. It helps you actually get the right product to match with the right business. But if it is done unethically, if there is an intention to manipulate your views, your opinions, that becomes wrong. Let's say there's a new movie which has released. You never want to watch this movie. You don't even like that actor. You don't even like the subject of that movie. You have actually decided not to watch this movie. You're not interested. But trust me, you can be manipulated to go and watch this movie. That is the power of social engineering. How? Through a propaganda campaign. The movie makers can engage PR firms, social media firms, which provide this as a service, right? They can tie up with content creators, influencers, with reviewers, giving you wrong reviews, spreading misinformation, creating unnecessary controversies around the movie, deliberately planting rumors and conspiracies, right? By using a combination of these tactics, including paid news, you can be pushed to change your view, your opinion about that movie. See, whether you like it or not, that's a different thing. But the goal here is to push you to go to the theater, purchase a ticket, watch that movie. And it can be done. And the worst part is you'll not even realize you've been manipulated. You'll not get to know. You will keep thinking you made this decision, right? If let's say all the influencers you follow, they're all posting about this movie, raving about this movie. Parallelly, there is a controversy around it. A political controversy has broken out. Some guys are protesting against the movie. They're raising some religious issues, trying to block the screening. Now you're hearing about all the drama which is going on around it. So it pikes your curiosity, right? Essentially, it plays on your psychology. It's human tendency again. We pay attention to things that are controversial. So with a mix of fake news, paid news as well, right? Reviewers could be paid to give false reviews. Influencers could be paid. Targeted ads could be delivered. Essentially, your virtual world, the bubble which is there around us, it could be flooded with information about this movie. It's not just trailers, not just a song. It can be much more than that, right? The subject line of the movie, the actor's personal life, everything will be brought into the campaign. And essentially, for a few days, you're filled with this information. Then you see that few days later, your friends, your family members are also posting about it because they went and saw the movie. Now the pressure increases on you. The social pressure, the peer pressure builds. Eventually, you'll get tricked. Oh, everybody is watching it. There must be something. Everybody is talking about it. So it's basically FOMO, right? The fear of missing out. You don't want to miss out. So you'll be manipulated in such a way that you'll not even get to know that you are manipulated, that you're a victim of social engineering. So you yourself will book the ticket, go watch that movie. Of course, you'll hate it. You'll not like it again. But the point was to push you to watch that movie, and that objective was achieved. So when this is done, right, that is where the dangerous trends begin. Now imagine this example was just about a movie, just about making profits for a production company. Imagine if this is done by a government. Imagine if this is done by a hostile intelligence agency. Imagine if it's done by a political party or by a radical religious organization. They can use this to manipulate your views, your political views and choices. Right? You might be a very liberal person, a very moderate, easygoing person, but you can be made into a conservative, radical extremist. Is that clear? That is the power of social engineering. And this will happen without your knowledge. You will always think you're making the right choice. You always think you are making this decision. That's not true. There is an influence. There is an element of influence. There is a push being given to you, a nudge without your realization. This is happening through your data. Right? Your data tells a lot about you, your traits, your personality, your behavior, your decisions, your choices. Using that, those who are engaging in propaganda can target you with the right information. And once they feed you with the right information, a right mix of rumors, conspiracies, fake news, and paid news, and misinformation, disinformation, over a period of time, your choice will change. If you're not mindful about this, if you're not conscious about everything that you read on social media, Without your knowledge, you will get socially engineered. You can be pushed to go and vote for a party which you never liked. You can be pushed to go against a leader whom you respected. So basically, elections can be manipulated, right? It can shake the very core of the democracy. Now imagine this power in the hand of a hostile government. Imagine a powerful country with a powerful intelligence agency. If they can engage in this campaign, right, given the leverage they have on various platforms, if they can engage in such a campaign, they can manipulate elections in a target country. They can ensure certain party, certain leader doesn't come to power. Imagine if this power lies in the hands of a hostile intelligence agency or a radical terrorist organization. They can create polarization on religious lines, communal lines. They can widen the social divides, triggering violence, riots on the ground. It can be misused to trigger a rebellion or unrest or civil war against the government. Popular sentiments can be triggered. Let's say a country is suffering from poor economic growth, there is a little bit of unemployment, poor standard of living. In such a country, even though it is stable, the whole country can be destabilized by a hostile actor. If they want to remove the government, ensure a regime change, they can instigate the masses easily, right? Especially the unemployed youth. They can be easily instigated by pushing the right news and the right uh, propaganda towards them. And they can be pushed towards actually engaging in violence on the streets. In the name of protest, they might be instigated to lead to a civil war, a mass rebellion, a violent rebellion to bring down the government. So all this is possible with the misuse of media. And this is not just theories again. This is something that has already happened in the real world. It's already happening in the real world. In many ways, all of us would have been victims of social engineering. As I told you, many times it happens without our knowledge, right? All of us would have gone and bought something we never wanted, right? We would have watched something we never wanted, visited a place we never wanted. In many cases, trust me, it is the influence of social media. It is the influence of social engineering. You think you're making the choice, you think you have the freedom to make your choice, but it's not. There is an influence being exercised, right? So who can exercise this influence? Governments, political parties, private companies, large organizations, well-funded entities, hostile governments, foreign intelligence agencies, right? Of course, the tech companies themselves. So those who have that kind of reach, that kind of resources, they have the ability to engineer the masses with social media. So similarly, these tools can be used for illicit activities. It can be used to carry out illegal activities as well. Today, drugs and weapons are being sold on social media. Radical ideology is being promoted. Platforms like Telegram, WhatsApp, Facebook were used by Islamic State. There are many criminal cartels which operate their business today on the internet. They use various encrypted applications, right? They use encrypted communication apps like Telegram that provide end-to-end encryption, right? So there are a number of challenges that arise from the misuse of media and these platforms. Now, have you guys heard about something called the dark web? The dark web and the deep web, right? I'm sure all of you would have heard about it. What is this? See, the internet that we all use, the open part of the internet, it's only the tip of the iceberg. The open internet that we all access is actually a very small part of the internet. Open internet is basically those websites, web pages, which can be accessed through a URL. Meaning you can just search this on a search engine, it'll pop up on your results, or you directly enter the URL, the address that you know, and you will be taken to that particular website. You enter byju's.com, facebook.com, you directly land on those pages, right? These are openly accessible, available part of the internet, which is free, which is completely available, accessible to everyone, right? But majority of the internet is not accessible to everyone. This part of the hidden internet, is what we refer to as the deep web. And within the deep web, we have the dark net, also called the dark web. All right? The hidden part of the internet is the deep web. Now, some of it is hidden with no wrong intention. Right? Some of the content on the internet, some pages on the internet is deliberately hidden. Yes, not everyone can access it. Only those who have the right access can reach this part of the internet. This is where majority of your internet lies. For example, your Facebook account, right? I can't have access to your Facebook account. Your Facebook account is here in the deep web. The home page is in the open part of the internet. Please understand the difference. Home page of Facebook is open. Everybody can access the same home page. If I type facebook.com, I'll get the same home page. You type it, you get the same page. So that is open internet, right? But to access my account, only I can have access to it with my username and password. So there is a access control. Only those with the right access can access a certain part of the internet. This is part of the deep web. Here, the information is hidden, not with the wrong intention, but to ensure that only the right people have access to it. This class itself, right, it's an online class. Only some of you who have paid for this course, who have subscribed to this course, are able to watch this. Not everyone can watch this class. My session on YouTube, that is free, that's open, that's available on the internet, that's open part of the internet. But here, only those who have subscribed to the course, only those who have certified login accounts, only those of you can attend this class. So this class is on the deep web. It is hidden, not with the wrong intention, but to ensure only the right people have access to it. Got it? But within the deep web, at the bottom of the internet, there is another section of the internet, which is the dark underbelly of the internet. This is deliberately concealed, hidden, usually with a wrong motive, a wrong intention. This is the dark net, the underworld of the internet. These are the dark pathways of the internet, which is not accessible to a common person. A normal person like you and me, we can't access the dark net. You need special skills. You need certain special equipment. Is that clear? You need certain special skills and even equipment to access the dark net. Not everyone can have access to the dark net. This is the most encrypted section of the internet. It's highly encrypted. It has a very high degree of encryption, right? So to break that encryption and to gain access to this hidden part of the internet, you need few special skills. You need to know how to access it. You need special routers. Has anyone heard about the Tor network, the onion router? That is one type of platform which has to be used to access the dark net. It's called the onion router because the dark net onion, there are layers. When you take an onion and peel the outer layer, right, you get one more layer. You peel that, there's one more layer. So onion is made up of different layers. So this is named after that, inspired from that, because that is how the dark net is. It is hidden under layers and layers of encryption. So to get access to that dark internet, to the dark part of the hidden internet, you need to peel the layers of encryption. You need special skills, special equipment to do that, like the Tor network, the onion router. There are many other tools available as well to access the dark net. So this is a section of the internet deliberately hidden away, and usually there is a wrong intention behind it. Is that clear? So as it provides a very, very high degree of encryption, you become anonymous over here. Your identity, your location, and more importantly, your IP address, the address of the device that you're accessing the internet from, can be concealed. This can be masked. You can completely mask your identity. You become a nameless, faceless person. The user, right, is nameless and faceless. You can't easily identify their location. You can't track their IP address. So you can literally become anonymous here in this virtual world. It's a true way of becoming a nobody. At the moment this anonymity is given to someone, that is when the true nature of some humans comes out. Now they are free to do anything, right? They are away from any kind of surveillance, any kind of monitoring from the society, from the state, from the government, right? So as a result, a lot of illegal, illicit activities flourish on the dark net. From piracy, which is the illegal selling of pirated products, pirated songs, movies, games, pirated softwares, everything can be sold here. That's illegal, right? Organized criminals flourish here on the dark net. They can sell drugs, even arms, even humans are sold, trafficked on the dark net. Drug cartels are trafficking drugs, distributing drugs through the dark net, right? Forget darknet. Even in regular social media platforms, drugs are being sold, right? In India itself, there are many genius drug addicts who have tried selling drugs, trafficking drugs through their social media accounts. Of course, they've been caught because today the police, intelligence agencies have a big presence on all these platforms. They constantly watch, monitor the activities on social media. So there are these misled drug addicts, youth who try to traffic, sell drugs, right? They peddle drugs on social media. Many of them easily get caught. But professional criminals, they don't do it so openly. They do it on the dark net, which is hidden, concealed, where they are completely anonymous. Is that clear? So all such illicit activities take place here. Even child pornography is circulated, which is a major offense. Child pornography is a very, very serious offense, right? Because it encourages human trafficking. It abuses the rights of the child. So countries, they act very strictly against child pornography. It's a very serious criminal offense. So here, child pornography is easily circulated. Cyber criminals, they thrive over here on the dark net. This is where stolen data, stolen identities through cyber attacks are sold. Right? Cyber criminals, they breach various systems, steal sensitive data, personal data. They steal identity as well. And they sell this for a price on the darknet. And all these transactions are enabled usually through crypto payments, through cryptocurrencies, and through other digital currencies. Today, cryptocurrencies, which are decentralized currencies, have become very popular. Right? There are many digital tokens available, different types of digital payments. And these crypto and digital currencies, they also offer anonymity. They also conceal the identity of the user, of the sender and the receiver, and they mask the location and the IP address. The user again becomes anonymous. The sender and receiver both can become anonymous with crypto payments and such digital currency payments. So all these transactions happen through such anonymous routes. Believe it or not, even missile components, right, are sold on the dark net. There is an entire arms black market which operates here. Assault rifles, bomb making material, missile components are being sold, right? Humans are being sold here as part of the trafficking, prostitution rings. So that is how dangerous this part of the internet is. So here, the police and law enforcement agencies and intelligence agencies, they also maintain a presence on the darknet. They try to track all these illicit activities. As this is the dark underbelly of the internet where all the illegal activities take place, of course, any police agency, any law enforcement agency, any intelligence agency would love to have a presence here. They would like to track the criminals, right? Even though anonymity is guaranteed, they can still generate valuable information through surveillance, right? There are tools available to crack the anonymity, to crack the encryption, and understand the patterns, generate valuable intelligence through which real world operations can be conducted. Then intelligence agents use the darknet to communicate between themselves, right? Intelligence agencies will have a network of informants around the world. Their communication has to be secure. When they are relaying information back to their headquarters, to their handlers, they often make use of darknet channels to avoid any kind of surveillance by foreign hostile intelligence agencies. So even government has a presence here, and government entities use it not just for surveillance and monitoring, but for their own communication as well. So that is the dark net for you, the hidden part of the deep web, the completely hidden part of the internet. So what we all use is just the open part of the internet and the access control part of the internet, not beyond that. Right? Beyond that, you need special skills and tools to access that part of highly encrypted darknet. Got it? So there are many illicit activities taking place here, and this is enabled by various social media platforms. Platforms like Telegram, Instagram, they actually enable these illicit activities because these criminals, they will have accounts on social media. They interact, they communicate, but then carry out the real transaction only in the darknet. So it helps them in building the network, in running their organized networks. So illicit activities also become a menace through the misuse of media. It enables cyber crimes. It enables financial fraud and financial crimes. It could enable money laundering. Don't forget that. It can easily enable money laundering. Cryptocurrencies can be easily misused to carry out money laundering. Money laundering, as you know, is tied with all organized criminal activities. And obviously, this can enable terror financing. Terrorists have a presence. They can use darknet to communicate secretly, to try and avoid surveillance from intelligence agencies. They can move money, move funds for their terror activities through the darknet by avoiding suspicion from the intelligence and police and law enforcement agencies. So a lot of threats emanate from the darknet, which is tied with social media activities. Right? So these are the various ways in which media platforms tend to be misused. Is that clear? So I hope you guys have understood everything. I hope it's been interesting till now. Because as I told you, there is no set syllabus for this chapter. UPSC has only given us a broad headline. So we have to determine what we will study. So depending on what's in news, depending on what questions have been asked, I've been discussing these topics. It's more of a discussion. Right? So I hope it's been interesting. Let me know how it's going. We'll take a short break. We'll come back in 15 minutes and then we'll continue our discussion. Let's come back at 7:45. In the meantime, if you have any interesting stories regarding cyber crimes, if you have been a victim of a cyber crime, or if you have experienced anything that we have discussed, right? If you've been exposed to any propaganda campaign, or if you have come across any such concern in the real world, in your personal experience, let me know in the comments. We can discuss that after the break. Next, I'll give you some real world examples of how security threats have emerged through the misuse of these media platforms. We'll take real examples. We'll discuss the impact and I'll discuss some popular cases. And we have few topics after that through which we can complete this chapter. So I'll see you back in 15 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the session. So let's look at some questions and doubts and your experience with any scams, frauds, etc. And then we will continue with the discussion. Pooja is asking, what is IP address? IP address is the address of your device. Every gadget, be it a laptop, a desktop computer, or a mobile phone, when it is connected to the internet, each device has a IP address. Just like every house, every building has a postal address through which you can send posts and couriers. Similarly, to connect to the internet, every device has to be identified with the IP address. That helps trace which device the request is coming from. It gives the location of the device as well, right? But this can be masked. Those who are technologically sound, those who know how to use proxy servers, right? They can mask their IP address entirely, concealing their identity, their location when they are accessing the internet. Afreen is asking, sir, any positive points for use of darknet? Usually, no. Darknet is largely used for illegal, illicit activities. One positive could be, as I told you, for intelligence agencies, it can be a good way of communicating. When they are sending classified information to try and avoid surveillance from other agencies, from other countries, they can try to use darknet to communicate with their informants, their agents around the world. But apart from that, the darknet is largely used for illegal, illicit activities. Now, a lot of students have given their personal experience about all these incidents that we were discussing. Pratyev Shah says, I got a message saying, congratulations, ma'am, you won a car for 10 lakh rupees for free. You just have to pay 50,000. Yes, this is a classic financial fraud where users are tricked, they're deceived to believe that they won a lottery, they have won a big prize. And to get that lottery amount, to get that prize, you have to pay a small amount to them. Many people have fallen prey to it. We will study more about this in cybersecurity. This is a classic phishing attack where users are deceived, tricked to do something which will cause financial harm to them, which will make them a victim of a cyber attack, right? So there are many such messages we get. These days, you get a lot of WhatsApp calls, video calls, right, from unknown numbers. You get several messages as well, both SMS and even WhatsApp messages asking whether you're looking for a job. They say that they have a work from home opportunity. You can earn thousands of rupees every day, right? So many such tricks are used, and the whole intention is to deceive their target. So this entirely falls under the category of phishing attacks and the financial fraud which is committed through cybercrime. So we will study this in greater detail in the next topic when we discuss cybersecurity. Next, Vedashri has an interesting incident. She says, sir, there is an app, I don't remember the name, but it's on Android and supported on Android. Via this, they take your IP address, then someone will start recording your screen. Then a person will tell you to dial your CVV on your dial pad. You think you're not sharing it, but someone is watching the screen because they're recording the screen, and immediately they'll debit money from your account. Again, this is another trick attempt, right? It's a fraudulent attempt where you're tricked to do something. For example, in using UPI payments, right? We all use Phone Pay, Google Pay, Paytm, etc. So many people have been tricked here. What they do is they send a QR code saying that the moment you scan the code, you're going to get the money. But common sense will tell you, you never scan a code to receive money. You always scan a code to pay money. But many people who are not aware, who get easily tricked, right? They have fallen prey to these scams and they end up losing a lot of money. So here Vedashri is referring to an app where she has downloaded this, and apparently on the other side they were recording the screen, and they've asked her to type the CVV of her credit card, of her debit card maybe. So the moment you give up your CVV, or let's say even your OTP that you receive, immediately they'll debit money from your account, right? So this again is a classic financial fraud, which is becoming a major menace and a cybersecurity threat. Anita says, sir, I got a online job offer and they took security money. This again is the same tactic, right? They promise you jobs, they promise that you have won a lottery, right? You won a free vacation. All you have to do is pay them 10,000, 50,000 rupees to avail this offer. So many people think this is true and they end up paying that money. Same with job offers as well, right? And many times there are investing scams. They say you invest in this fund, invest in these cryptocurrencies. They make a telegram group as well, right? And they will initially encourage them, they'll give them good profits initially, but later when they start investing more, then they will scam the victim. In fact, I have a personal story to tell you, a very interesting story, little hilarious as well. One of my friends, a very well educated friend, he's a software engineer, by the way, right, who's well versed with IT tools. He's a developer, right? So you would expect him to be aware of these fraudulent methods. Let me tell you what happened with him. He gets a message saying that there is this great crypto investment opportunity. This was during the pandemic when there was a crypto boom in the crypto market, right? He didn't know much about cryptocurrencies. He assumed that there's a great investment opportunity and he fell for it. They added him to a Telegram group. All he had to do was monitor the transactions, and he could invest as well. Initially, they encouraged him to invest 100 rupees. He put 100 rupees, next day he would get double. He would get 200 rupees back. So next 500 rupees, he got 1000 back. 1000 rupees, 2000 back, right? So this is a classic example of how human greed works. This was nothing but his greed. I'll tell you what happened next. Trust me, you'll not even believe this. This is an absolutely true story. That's why I told you it is hilarious as well. This guy, without telling anyone, without telling his friends, his family, he kept on investing more money because every time he was getting double, right? There would be these fake crypto apps that they would have created. Those cryptocurrencies don't even exist, right? It's just a app they've created to trick them to think it's an actual investing platform. So he went to 5,000, 10,000, 50,000 as well. He got 1 lakh rupees in return. Now he had fallen for their trap. He was convinced that this is genuine app. I'm getting double the returns every time. And can you take a guess how much money he would have put? Just take a guess how much money this guy, a good friend of mine, unfortunately, take a guess how much money he invested eventually. 10 lakhs, 5 lakhs, 2 to 5 lakhs. This guy invested 45 lakhs by selling one of their apartments, thinking he will become rich. He'll get 90 lakhs in return. The apartment in his name, which was the hard earned money of his parents, he sold it without telling his parents. It was on rent. He put the whole 45 lakhs. He got some 40 lakhs with a small apartment. It was 1 BHK apartment. Another 5 lakhs from his savings, thinking he'll get the money back. And the moment he put this big sum, he was scammed. Of course, they wouldn't pay this amount back. They cited some technical issues, that there are some foreign exchange violations happening. There are some regulations. We are not able to transfer the money. There is some tax related issue. So they kept delaying and holding on to the payment. Then they tricked him again, saying that there is a tax implication. The transfer is happening from UK to India. So an upfront tax has to be paid. Then you'll get the tax refund. By saying this, they got another 15 lakhs out of him. This he took it as a loan, as a personal loan. So the amount he put was 60 lakhs. It was tragic then to hear his story because he suffered immensely because of this. But now, like I said, it's hilarious. I mean, no normal person in their normal sense would fall for this, right? Even after being deceived, he still paid 15 lakhs more when they said that there is a tax implication, you have to pay the tax and the payment will get debited, right? And that is how he got tricked. So these are just few examples. There are many, many such incidents. So all it takes is better awareness. You need to be aware that in today's world where cyber crimes have become very common, right? It's become part of our day-to-day lives. It's not something which is happening somewhere else. It's not something you just read in the news. It's happening to us every day. We all get these fraudulent messages, calls, suspicious links, right? So you have to be careful. With basic common sense and basic safety measures, you can be very safe on the internet. So I asked you to narrate these experiences. I gave you one experience as well because it gives you an idea as to what we are dealing with. When you're writing answers as well, this is how you can make your answers more engaging. You can give an example because these topics are trending topics. There's nothing as a set syllabus for this chapter. It's not that there are specific topics to be covered. It's not that there is a standard textbook that you read for this chapter. There's nothing like that. It's a very dynamic, free floating topic. So it has to be a free discussion based largely on recent events, current examples, and our own experiences. So you can bring this into your answers as well. It also gives you more awareness about the topic. And when you read next time, when you read in newspapers, when you read online, right, you will be able to pay attention to such topics which are relevant for the exam. Because today, the Home Ministry, Finance Ministry, the RBI, even our local police and the cybercrime divisions of our police forces, they are dealing with these challenges. As future bureaucrats and police officers, you will be dealing with these issues, the very same issues. So that is why you need to have that knowledge, that basic awareness of what's happening in our surrounding. Now, let's resume the discussion. Let's go forward from here. Let's take a look at the impact of misuse of media, especially social media. I think you already have got the idea. Now, I'll take some examples as well, some real incidents that have happened in the world and also some incidents in India that gives us an idea as to what is the threat we are facing to our national security. As we discussed, through propaganda and social engineering, elections can be manipulated. Essentially, your voting choice can be altered. You could be tricked to vote for a party, for a leader whom you never liked or whom you never believed in, right? With the correct campaign, either the government itself, which is in power, or the opposition party or any political party contesting the elections, with the help of consulting firms and these social media firms, which provide this as a service. There are few political consulting firms which offer this as a service. They deliver targeted information by getting hold of personal data of users. They target the voters, especially the undecided voters. They play a critical role in swinging an election. Because see, in any country, in any democratic setup, there will be two major parties, party A, party B, usually. Of course, there will be other smaller parties as well. But the major contest would be between two parties or between two leaders. There will be some loyal supporters all the time. Their vote will never change. A guy supporting party A who's a loyal follower, no matter what that party does, even if that party is involved in corruption, even if that party has been inefficient previously, loyal voters will always keep voting for it. Same with party B. Even if this party is involved in questionable practices, even though it is, let's say, encouraging, polarization of the society, still the loyal followers of this party will keep voting for it. Their votes will never change. These are guaranteed votes for a party. So what really swings an election is the undecided votes. The voters who are still undecided. They'll decide at the last minute, in the last few days during the election. That's when they decide which party they will vote for. Now, the targeted campaign, the propaganda campaign will target them. What's the point of influencing the loyalists? They are already loyal followers. They're already the bucks of a party. They need not be influenced. No matter what happens, they will vote for that party, right? So they will spend the money carefully because such a campaign requires a lot of money, requires a lot of resources. Of course, they can't waste it. So they'll use their resources, their money in a very planned, calculated way to target certain information towards the undecided voters. How do they get to know who are the undecided voters? Data will tell you who are the undecided voters. Personal data of users, if they get hold of it, maybe from a social media company. Let's say a social media company has sold personal data without informing the users, and they've sold it to a political consulting firm which is working for a political party. Now, this consulting firm can use the personal data to send out targeted ads, targeted information. They can flood these undecided voters with such content which will change their views, their opinion. They could be forced or tricked to vote for a certain party, thus helping them win elections. That is clear manipulation of elections. This hits at the very foundation of a democracy. Now imagine if a foreign government does this, if a hostile intelligence agency does this to a target country. It gives the power to manipulate elections, to manipulate democracy itself, right? And this has great geopolitical implications. The same goes for instigating rebellions, civil unrest. In a stable country, unrest, rebellion can be triggered against the government, a popular rebellion by the masses. The masses could be, they could be brainwashed. Resentment could be further built amongst the masses against the ruling government, against the state, and they could be instigated, they could be pushed to go out on the streets to protest, to lead a mass rebellion, which would lead to civil war and absolute chaos, instability, and eventual collapse of that regime. So regime change can be carried out. Stable countries can be destabilized through a targeted social engineering campaign. That is the power of misuse of media. Instigation for riots, targeted violence, usually on communal lines, caste lines, ethnic, racial lines. This exploits the fault lines in the society. In every society, there are various fault lines. In some country, it could be a linguistic fault line. In some country, it could be a religious divide. In some country, it could be a racial, ethnic divide. Right? There will be some enmity between different communities. If this is exploited by the vested interests, they could instigate riots and violence and hate crime targeted against a community. So essentially, the society can be polarized on these lines, on communal lines, on ethnic, racial lines, on linguistic lines. So all this is very dangerous for a country. It affects the security, the stability of the nation. It's a national security matter. Terror groups and extremist groups, radical religious outfits, they can use the same method, the same process to promote their radical ideologies, to promote their extremist views. Terrorists can engage in propaganda like Islamic State did. Correct? Radical fundamentalist religious organizations, they can promote religious radicalization, promote divisions in the society. So such extremist propaganda can also be carried out, which would aid religious extremists, terrorists, insurgents, etc. They could easily carry out their campaign to get more support, to get recruitment for their outfits, to raise funds and donations for their extremist terror activities. So this is a serious concern. And as we discussed, it enables organized crime on the dark net, illicit, illegal activities from cyber crimes to drug trafficking, arms trafficking, piracy, right? Money laundering. And this is all connected with terrorist financing. So that is the concern, the risk that we have with various forms of media, the internet, and the evolving nature of cyber crimes. Right? These two go hand in hand. Now let us look at some real examples. Now you understood the concept, the theory. Let's look at some examples as well so that you are fully familiar with this topic, and any question you should be able to handle it with ease. I'll give you different incidents which highlights the impact of misuse of media. Okay, we'll start one by one. Of course, I'll not go into all the details. The entire detail of the incident is not necessary. We just have to understand what was this incident, where it happened, and how did media, misuse of media, play a role in triggering these incidents. The first one is the Arab Spring movement, which I mentioned in a previous class. I think when we spoke about insurrection, right, as one type of extremism, there we discussed what is the Arab Spring. The Arab Spring was one of the first experiences that the world had with the misuse of social media. It took place between 2010 to 2011. During these 2 years, that's when social media was becoming popular, right? Your platforms like YouTube, Twitter, more importantly, Facebook, even WhatsApp, they were just gaining popularity, gaining wider acceptance, right? They were adding millions of new subscribers. So people who are new to the internet, they were very vulnerable for manipulation because they didn't know much about these platforms. They would believe whatever they saw here to be true. So Arab Spring was one of the first experiences the world had with regard to the power of social media. It started in the MENA region. What is MENA region? Middle East, North Africa. In short, we call it MENA. In geopolitics, the region is often referred to as MENA region, Middle East, North Africa region. That is West Asia, North Africa. As you know, across the MENA region, there are many dictatorial governments. There are many authoritarian, autocratic rulers, dictatorships, autocratic kingdoms, right? You don't have democracy here across this region in most countries. So, in a small North African country known as Tunisia, it faces the Mediterranean Sea. It's a North African country, very small country. It's above Libya, next to Egypt and Libya. In this country, there was an autocratic leader, and the people were, of course, unhappy with autocratic rule, right? Because in any autocratic rule, there would be a lot of corruption. The police would be abusing the masses, the people, right? Corruption had become ingrained in Tunisian society, and the poor people, right, poor businesses, they were suffering because of the abuse of the police power. What happened was, initially, it was a genuine movement. Initially, when it started here in Tunisia, it was absolutely genuine. It was organic. What happened was, there is a very popular market in Tunisia. It's a popular square, right, which is like the central hub of the capital city of Tunisia. So here there was a fruit vendor, right, a very poor guy selling fruits, making a livelihood for his family. He was frustrated by paying bribes to the police. The police were exploiting him. For him to put up a stand in that market, he had to pay a constant bribe to the police, right? I'm sure we see this in India as well. So this fruit vendor who was frustrated, he ended up committing suicide in public. He set himself on fire. He poured fuel on himself, set himself on fire as a mark of protest. He was so frustrated with the corrupt system, with the autocratic rule, with the lack of basic rights and welfare, that he set himself on fire and he killed himself. So this incident was caught on video. People had mobile phones, smartphones had just come. People shot a video of this, uploaded it on Facebook. Facebook had just become popular across many countries. And this video went viral. There was no campaign, no planned attempt to do anything. There was no organized group behind it. It was a genuine organic movement. So this video of a fruit vendor killing himself because of the corrupt system immediately caught the imagination of the masses, of the public. Educated youth, teachers, professors, lawyers, doctors, they were all frustrated. They got extremely incited, angry with this incident, that the innocent fruit vendor lost his life because of the corrupt autocratic rule. So people who started getting these videos, they started organizing themselves via Facebook. Since these platforms were new, they were not easy for interception by intelligence agencies. Autocratic governments, they keep a very close watch on any communication network. But back then, social media was still very new. So most countries did not have any kind of surveillance on these platforms. They were still focusing more on regular telecom interception, mobile interception, etc. So as Facebook and such platforms were away from government surveillance, from surveillance of intelligence agencies, people started boldly organizing themselves without any fear, because they knew they wouldn't be tracked. The government couldn't track them. They had no method to carry out such surveillance. So without fear, they organized themselves, called for protests, public mass protests on the streets. And people started demanding change. They led a pro-democracy movement in Tunisia. Day by day, the movement spread to different cities because message was going viral, right? Calls were being given on Facebook and other social media platforms that people will assemble here today evening. We'll sit here in protest. We'll protest against this autocratic government. We will not leave the protest site unless and until the leader steps down and the autocratic government is removed and democracy is installed in the country. So this movement gained such a popularity that it became a mass rebellion movement. There were few violent incidents as well, but eventually the pressure was so much that the dictator had to step down. After several weeks of mass protests, mainly organized on Facebook, mobilized through Facebook, the dictator stepped down. The pressure was so much, he stepped down, he ran away from the country, leading to a regime change in Tunisia. Now, this was revolutionary. It took the world by shock, by surprise, because through these platforms, we were seeing a genuine organic movement where people organize themselves, come out on the streets, put pressure on the government, and throw the government out. Now, this was enormous power. Very quickly, countries realized the power of social media. Is that clear? Now, this idea went viral. It was not limited to Tunisia alone. It spread to the whole region. It spread to other autocratic countries like Egypt. It triggered a similar mass protest. It was a genuine movement here as well. There was a dictator called Hosni Mubarak who ruled Egypt as a dictator. People who were frustrated with his rule, they organized on Facebook, WhatsApp, and other platforms, protested for days together. It turned extremely violent. Because now that others had seen what happened in Tunisia, all dictators got scared. All authoritarian governments, they were worried. They tried crushing the protests with violence. Many civilians were killed, hundreds were killed. But eventually, the Egyptian people succeeded. The pressure on Hosni Mubarak was so much that he had to resign, he had to step down. Another government had fallen. Now, within weeks, within months, this idea was spreading like wildfire across MENA, across Middle East, North Africa. It spread to Libya. It spread to Syria, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, even Iran. Multiple countries started facing the same events. But by now, it was no longer an organic, genuine movement. Now it had become a proxy war. It had become a geopolitical game, because all the powerful countries realized what they could do with social media, what they could create with social engineering. So all the powerful countries got involved. They started manipulating public views. Western countries in particular, led by US and some European countries, which have a higher degree of control on social media platforms. Through their intelligence agencies, they ran campaigns to target their rival countries such as Libya and Syria. Today, if Libya, Syria are devastated and if they are facing a civil war, it's because of this covert war, proxy war, waged via social media platforms. Syria, Libya were stable countries even though they were dictatorships. Libya was ruled by Gaddafi, a notorious dictator. No human rights, no basic rights in Libya. But still, it was a stable country. Syria ruled by Assad, Bashar al-Assad, a close ally of Iran. Right? They were part of the Shia power bloc, representing the Shia powers. But Syria was still stable. Even though dictatorship, it was a stable nation. These stable countries were fully destabilized with targeted campaigns. Social media played a critical role. Intelligence agencies would fund the protesters, the rebels, They would get involved directly in this rebellion, and it was an attempt at regime change to remove dictators who are not favorable to Western countries. So, as US and European countries got involved, obviously Russia, China, and the regional powers, Iran and Saudi Arabia, even they got involved. So, Iran would sponsor a similar rebellion in Bahrain and Saudi. Bahrain is a close ally of Saudi Arabia, right? Bahrain, as you know, is a very stable country, but ruled by a monarchy, authoritarian monarchy. Bahrain had never faced such protests, but mass protests broke out in Bahrain, which was sponsored by Iran. Iran was retaliating against the Sunni powers and the Western countries. So now this became a geopolitical issue. It became a covert proxy war between all the major global and regional powers. They were all misusing social media for their own agendas. So this widespread revolutionary pro-democracy movement is called the Arab Spring movement. I'm not saying social media was the only one which played a role. It did play a major role. For the first time, we were seeing that a new platform being used to such powerful outcomes. So countries realize what can be done with social media, right? It can be used for the good, like how Tunisians used to throw out a dictatorship that was genuine, it was organic. We also saw the dark side. We saw how foreign governments can meddle, how intelligence agencies can misuse the very same platforms to instigate rebellions, to destabilize countries in order to push for regime change. So, this was one of the first experiences we had with the misuse of social media, how it could create a security threat. Now, imagine a hostile country to India doing this in our country, instigating a rebellion against the state. That is a national security threat. So every country, every government woke up to the threat. They started paying attention to social media platforms. Then came another incident, which we have already discussed in 2012. Remember, we spoke about the Kokrajhar riots, where Bodo insurgents had targeted Muslims in Kokrajhar. Entire Muslim villages were targeted. It was a communal violence incident. So, following this incident, where several Muslim villages were targeted by Bodo insurgents, a fake message started circulating in other parts of the country that Muslims are looking to target Northeast people. Essentially, hatred, enmity was being built between Muslims and people from Northeast India when no such real threat existed. In other parts of the country, few Muslim organizations had protested because what happened in Kokrajhar was a tragedy. The insurgents had targeted innocent Muslims, killed and slaughtered several Muslims. So a protest had taken place in some cities. So in this environment where some tensions were already there, a fake rumor was spread. It was fake news. It's a rumor, a conspiracy that was spread. Because see, there is some basis. Basis is that riots have happened, there is some tensions going on. Now, in this environment, in this atmosphere, when you see this message that Muslims are looking to kill or target Northeast people across India as revenge, right? The Northeast people, they might believe it. They did believe it. Several students and workers in other Indian cities, especially in South India, right, where they were studying, they were working, they got all these messages. They were flooded with these messages, which was going viral. They actually believed that there was a real threat, that people are planning to attack them, when there was no such real plot, no such real threat existed. This was the work of vested interests, and it actually had a real impact. People from Northeast India, they started fleeing cities. They started leaving everything behind. They packed up their luggage. They left all these cities. There was a complete exodus of Northeast people from Indian cities. Airports, bus stations, railway stations were all crowded in Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, and in other cities. Even when there was no real threat, it had a real impact. Fortunately, nothing happened. Imagine if there was one incident, it would have inflamed tensions. It would have led to, targeted violence between communities, triggering a major security crisis. Further investigation showed that this message most likely originated from Pakistan. Our intelligence agencies pointed out that message might have originated from Pakistan. So indicating a possible state attempt where Pakistan might have tried to capitalize on India's fault line. Because a riot had happened in Kokrajhar. So an attempt might have been made to create a further divide between the Northeast people and the Muslim community and the rest of India. So that is the power and the potential that lies here when social media is misused. So, as India realized the threat and the concerns, the government started bringing up policies, guidelines. The government started taking several measures. Police, intelligence, law enforcement agencies started acting against these concerns. Social media firms as well tried to become more responsible because they realized that their platforms could have deadly impact. There have been many such incidents. In the US, it's been alleged by the FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, that Russian intelligence agencies tried to meddle and interfere in the 2016 and as well as in the 2020 US presidential elections. There have been very strong allegations regarding this. The FBI has investigated this in depth. Eventually, the cases have been dropped, but a lot of evidence has been found linking targeted campaigns to swing voters, which are linked with Russian intelligence agencies. Russian intelligence agencies like SVR and GRU, these are Russian intelligence agencies. SVR is the Russian Foreign Intelligence Agency, like India's RAW. GRU is a Russian military intelligence unit. So these agencies, which work with cyber criminal groups, they were blamed by US authorities for an attempt to interfere in their election process. The allegation was that a propaganda campaign, a social engineering campaign was designed on social media to favor one candidate and to discredit another candidate. In 2016, the contest was between Donald Trump from the Republican Party and Hillary Clinton from the Democrat Party. Right before elections, very controversial emails from Hillary Clinton's campaign was leaked. US intelligence indicated that Russian agencies they're hacked into the computers of the Democrat Party, of the Hillary Clinton campaign. Right? The team would be using a lot of computers. Those computers were hacked. Sensitive data, information, and emails were stolen. And they were strategically leaked on social media to discredit and defame Hillary Clinton and her campaign. Parallelly, Donald Trump's campaign received a boost on social media. As you know, Trump represents a far right-wing ideology. He often aligns with right-wing extremists, conservative elements, white supremacists, right? So, on those lines, issues like immigration, then terrorism, right? Issues such as US being a victim of a global game, such issues, and campaign against people of other color, against blacks, browns, immigrants, Asians, Mexicans, deliberate campaigns were carried out which would aid the right wing campaign, the far right wing campaign of Donald Trump. Extremist tendencies were promoted. White supremacist groups received a lot of support on social media and it became extremely popular. So, this, in a way, is believed to have swung support towards Donald Trump's campaign, helping him win the elections. So, the allegation of American authorities was that there was a planned Russian attempt to do this. Of course, the case hasn't gone forward. The cases have been dropped as well, but many of them who were arrested, they've been charged and punished under related cases. Their ties with Russian intelligence and misuse of social media was established by the FBI, and some of them are serving their prison term because of their involvement in foreign covert intelligence operations. So, whether it's entirely true or not, whether it really had an impact or not, the fact is that there was some degree of foreign interference to disrupt the electoral process, to swing the voters, American voters, to favor a party and a candidate against another. Now, this is extremely dangerous. Same allegations came up in 2020. Is that clear? We have seen several right wing extremist groups rising to popularity in the US in the recent past. This is not a coincidence. So, American authorities believe there are targeted plans to do this, to divide the American society, to weaken American democracy. I don't know if you've heard about groups like the Ku Klux Klan or Triple K. It's a notorious right-wing extremist group. It's a white supremacist organization. They believe that white race is superior. There is a connection with religious extremism as well here, with conservative Christianity, right? And they believe that all minorities, blacks, people of other color, race, they should be targeted. This notorious group has committed a lot of violence as well, which is branded as terrorism. So this racial, religious, fundamentalist extremist ideology has been given a lot of boost on social media. A group known as QAnon rose to popularity recently. During the recent presidential elections, a white supremacist right-wing group called QAnon became very popular. It's built on a conspiracy theory. It's very popular on social media in the US. There are many followers, many people who subscribe to this ideology, and they've all voted en masse for Donald Trump. And the insurrection that happened at US Capitol, which we discussed, where an attempt was made to disrupt the electoral process based on the fake claims that Donald Trump was making, this insurrection attempt was led by many of these members of such groups, such white supremacist groups, right-wing radical religious extremist organizations, and groups like QAnon. Is that clear? So if I tell you the story of QAnon, you'll not believe it. You'll not believe what Americans are believing, especially the followers of QAnon. It's absolute nonsense what they are propagating. And yet, they have a huge fan following. QAnon, this group, they say that everyone, that is the Democrats, the top American entrepreneurs, Hollywood celebrities, they say that they're all part of one elite club, elite group. Okay, and they say that they control the society, they control all businesses. They are involved in child trafficking. They kill infant children and drink their blood. I am not even kidding. This is exactly what QAnon propagates. And people believe this. It's absolute nonsense, utter nonsense. They propagate this on social media that there is a whole conspiracy to destroy the United States. The conspiracy is by Democrats, American businessmen, all the top celebrities, actors, etc. They're all part of this elite cult or secretive cult. They control all the power structures, the institutions, the businesses, and they are becoming immortal. They're beating death by drinking the blood of children. This is the nonsense theory that they have propagated, and they have got millions of followers. And they project Donald Trump as the savior. Donald Trump is the only one who can defeat this elitist club. So by propagating such nonsense, they have generated electoral support. They are swinging voters to vote for a certain candidate. See, it's not about which party, which candidate, or which ideology. It's about what can be done with the misuse of social media. Even today, QAnon is very popular. These guys have engaged in violence. They have committed hate crime against immigrants, against racial minorities. That is the extent to which they are ready to go. They are engaging in acts of extremism, terrorism. We have seen another incident in India, a mob lynching incident, as a result of a fake WhatsApp rumor. This message went viral across India between 2014 to 2017. For around 3 years, roughly, this fake WhatsApp rumor kept going viral in different pockets of India at different times. The rumor claimed that there is a child lifting gang roaming in the neighborhood. Is that clear? The message said, it's a WhatsApp forward. The text message said, please be aware. It was a message for parents who have young children, that please be aware that your safety, the safety of your children is under threat, because there is a child lifting gang roaming around, meaning child kidnappers. And it offered a description of this gang. It would describe any homeless person, basically, right? Any beggar or someone living on the street. That was the kind of description provided, with an attached video. A video clip was attached showing that a couple of people come and pick up the kid in front of their house, kidnap the child, and run away. Now, whoever received these messages, many of them, they started believing that this is true. This message went viral in different pockets of India at different times. For some months, it went viral in Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu region. Then it went viral in Assam, then in Maharashtra, then parts of UP, Bihar, right? So many of them, especially people from the lower sections, people who are new to mobile phones and internet, people who are new to social media, and the uneducated, right, the illiterate, they all started believing that this is true, that there's a real child kidnapping gang who are kidnapping their children. So they all became really cautious. And the moment they spotted someone suspicious in their locality, in their neighborhood, they would attack them. If they saw a homeless person or a small group of beggars in a public place, they would assume that these are the child kidnappers and beat up those innocent people. They would beat them up. The mobs would assemble, right? They would brand them as child kidnappers. They would beat them up to such an extent that the person would die. That is a mob lynching incident, where a mob assembles, a crowd, an angry crowd that beats up a person to their death. That's what we call as a mob lynching incident. In India, because of this fake message, there have been at least 30 to 40 deaths. 30 to 40 deaths have been linked to this fake WhatsApp rumor. Imagine the impact. It's not just the uneducated, even educated folks, educated people fall prey for such rumors and fake messages. Right? I just told you about my friend who fell prey for a scam. So there are people within our families, I'm sure you would have seen this, especially the older population, right? Our parents, grandparents who are new to social media, who just started using phones and internet, right? They would believe everything that they read on WhatsApp is true. Everything that they received on social media is true. Again, the blame is not with them. The point here is that they lack awareness. People don't check facts. They don't bother to check whether what they're reading is true or not. Even educated people do that. Forget the older people, the current generation between 20 to 30 years. They don't care about facts. Many of them, they blindly fall for conspiracy theories, rumors, because that is more exciting. Facts are boring, right? So people easily fall prey for rumors, conspiracy theories. Even if there is a small basis to believe that, they'll automatically believe that without question asked. So this could have dangerous consequences. Now, before we could realize the pattern, the police, before they could see the pattern, it was already too late. Initially, no one connected the dots because it was happening in different parts of India at different points of time. Maybe in January 2014, it happened in Andhra. In June 2014, it happened in Tamil Nadu. Later, 1 or 2 years later, it happened in Maharashtra. So nobody initially saw the pattern. But as these reports came up, right, similar cases, similar patterns, investigation showed that the reason why the mob beat up this person is because they believed he's a child kidnapper. Why did they assume he's a child kidnapper? Because they got a WhatsApp message. They got a video describing how these child kidnappers look. So once this pattern came up, then police forces started coordinating. Different state police forces, they started working together. Central agencies got involved. They worked with WhatsApp. They reached out to WhatsApp to share information, to trace the origin of this message. Right? Initially, WhatsApp was hesitant. That's another issue altogether. But later, WhatsApp cooperated with the law enforcement agencies. And finally, it was traced to several miscreants who were untraceable. It was a fake message created by miscreants. They had taken a video from a social awareness campaign done in Pakistan. There was an NGO in Pakistan which had done a genuine video with a genuine intention to help people be careful about their children. As child kidnapping was a concern in some Pakistani cities, a NGO had shot a awareness video. They took a clip of that, right? They had shot the video in such a way that they were trying to depict the incident. It looked like a CCTV footage, as if two people were coming and kidnapping a child. It was a staged video meant for awareness purposes, educational purposes. The miscreants had taken that clip, cut short the message, and taken only that visual and used that with the forward, thereby giving legitimacy to the video. So many people believed it. Mobs, they beat up innocent people, killing several people in India. Now imagine how many such incidents might have happened, which have gone unreported. Right? Another major issue we have seen is political manipulation by the big players. The Cambridge Analytica scandal, Facebook Cambridge Analytica scandal. Cambridge Analytica is a political consulting organization that provides PR services, basically marketing services to various political parties. All major parties are its clients, from parties in US, in Europe to India. In India, BJP, Congress, both are clients of Cambridge Analytica, right? That's not wrong. Any party, they can use political consulting firms for data research, for understanding the voting patterns, to understand the electorate, and accordingly plan their election campaigns. There's nothing wrong with that. That is completely legal. But the problem here was that Cambridge Analytica got hold of user data from Facebook, which Facebook had sold illegally to Cambridge Analytica. Facebook had taken user data, personal intimate data, sold it without user consent to Cambridge Analytica. And this consulting firm was using this for targeted ads to swing voters, to change voting preferences and voting choices. Now, that is manipulation of elections. Manipulation by corporate entities in collusion with political actors. This became a huge scandal in the US. Facebook was summoned by the US Senate, the US Congress, the elected representatives, the Senate members and the senators and the congressmen. They grilled Mark Zuckerberg on how Facebook could sell such sensitive user data, that too to a political consulting firm, which later was used for voter manipulation. Serious questions were raised about the way these companies function, right? The way they handle data, the way they harvest data from users. All of this has become highly controversial. The lack of cooperation from these companies, the big tech companies, all the big tech giants, be it Apple, Microsoft, Google, right, Meta, all the big giants that you have, we refer to them as the big tech companies, right? Most of them are American companies based out of the US, and quite often they refuse to cooperate with law enforcement agencies. Even when genuine cases are coming up, they don't share information, they don't reveal data, they don't give access to law enforcement agencies, which becomes a major issue. So this leads to a conflict between our government and these companies. It has led to a standoff between our law enforcement agencies and these social media firms. So that is another issue that we are dealing with. So Facebook Cambridge Analytica scandal was another major case of misuse of social media. Then we have many concerning games, challenges that have gone viral on social media, like the Blue Whale Challenge. These so-called challenges, which many of us attempt as well on social media, right? These trends go viral on social media. But Blue Whale Challenge and such related games, they were extremely dangerous, designed with a wrong intention. The game was designed, the Blue Whale Challenge, it was designed to target teenagers, right? Teenagers are emotionally vulnerable. And the challenge would be such that it would cause the isolation of the teenager from the society. Basically, they have to carry out a task, right? If they finish one task, they'll be given another task. That was a challenge. It was like a game. So several teenagers, not just in India, but around the world, got addicted to this game. The challenge was designed in such a sadistic way that the goal was to isolate the teenager from the family, from the friends and the social circle. They would further get detached from their parents, their family members, even from their friends and school. They would be pushed into depression, anxiety. That was the goal of this game. And the last challenge, the final challenge here, would be to commit suicide, to push the teenager to commit suicide. That is how sadistic this game was. And around the world, many cases came up of teenage suicides, which was linked allegedly with Blue Whale Challenge. Several investigations have happened by forces, police forces around the world, by investigating agencies around the world, and many of them have seen a link between teenage suicides and playing such challenges and games. There are even more dangerous games that have been pushed on various platforms. Games which encourage the youth and the young children to get addicted to drugs, to commit crimes, to commit basic robbery, theft, including stabbing, murder, right? Encouragement to commit rape. Such games have been designed. These are very pervert, sadistic challenges and games that have been created. We have come across many such incidents, right? So this represents a direct threat to the stability of a nation, to the security of the country. It's a threat to any society, to humanity itself. So even though social media offers a number of advantages, it provides a lot of benefits to the society, to the economy, right? It also presents equal number of threats and risks. So that is what we should be aware of. So what is the solution? How do we deal with this? Should we ban all social media platforms? Should we ban internet? Of course, that's not a viable solution. That's not practical. Today, whole economy is built on it. Millions of livelihoods are dependent on it. It has democratized information. You can't ban something just because it's a problem, right? You can't simply impose ban on everything. And also remember, bans never work. When you ban something, it will simply go underground, right? When you ban anything, when governments try to ban something, it always goes underground. It creates a black market, nothing else. So bans will never work. And that too in the virtual world, right? It's almost impossible to enforce 100% ban on the internet. Why? That's the beauty of internet. That's again the strength and the weakness of internet. The internet is decentralized. No single country controls the whole internet. No single government controls the whole internet. No single company controls the whole internet. It's a decentralized peer-to-peer network. Internet is everywhere. Even if governments ban access to websites, access to certain platforms by working with the internet service providers, there will always be another route. By using proxy servers, by using VPNs, virtual private networks, you can conceal your location, your identity, and access the internet through these proxy locations, through proxy servers. Those in the IT domain, I'm sure you guys would be using VPNs. Several companies rely on it. It's a legitimate service, but it could be used for the wrong purpose, right? Cyber criminals, they use proxy servers. They bounce their location from different parts of the world. You can route your traffic, your internet traffic, right, from different locations around the world, masking your location, your identity. So even if there is a full ban on the internet or on certain platforms, it can still be bypassed, because governments only control what's within their territory. Let's say India wants to ban internet, hypothetically, just as an example. India can do it. How? We can shut down the internet. We can order the mobile companies in India, the internet service providers, to stop their services. We can cut off the internet cables, the submarine cables, right? Any form of internet can be shut down. But despite doing all that, there will be other methods which creative people can always use. Let's say even access to certain websites is limited. You can always use proxy servers, VPNs, to evade the blocks and still continue accessing the sites. So that is why bans will never work. That's not a solution. Solution is we have to regulate these platforms. We have to spread awareness and build our capabilities to tackle the threat. That is the answer. Understood? So banning it is not a solution, right? Restricting it, blocking it is not a solution. That simply cripples free speech and expression. Usually ruling parties can misuse that power to target criticism and opposition. Instead, the better way is to have laws, policies to regulate social media, to regulate the internet, spread awareness amongst the public, make people aware of the risks, get all the government stakeholders involved, from your intelligence agencies to cybersecurity agencies to the armed forces, right? Private companies, all the other ministries, departments, right down to your local police. Everybody can play a critical role, and their capabilities have to be strengthened to maintain vigilance regarding the misuse of social media. That is the solution. That is the way forward. So the best way to counter fake news is to present authentic news. If someone is lying, present the truth, present the facts. That's the best way to counter. You need not get angry. You need not try to beat them up. You need not go into an emotional response. Nothing. If someone is promoting fake news, simply counter them with the facts. That's one of the best ways to counter fake news. That is exactly what the government has tried to do as well. When these concerns came up in 2011-12, right, when Arab Spring had happened, when the Northeast exodus had happened in India, that's when the government realized, okay, social media is something we should be concerned about. It could be misused to create security problems. So immediately, the then Manmohan Singh government brought out a set of framework and guidelines for promoting the use of social media within the government. Governments were far away from these platforms. Usually, governments are many steps behind technology. Technology always goes forward. Governments will try to catch up. They'll always be many steps behind. Right? That is a trend around the world. But India, for the first time, proactively took measures immediately by 2012, and a framework document was brought out by the central government. The document was focused on encouraging every government entity to have an official social media presence. Basically, the push given by the Manmohan Singh government was to ensure that every ministry, every department, every government agency, be it DRDO, ISRO, Indian Army, Indian Navy, the NIA, Finance Ministry, all the key central ministries, similarly, the state governments, the Chief Minister's office, all the important departments, the police, including your local police station, your city police, your traffic police, your state police. Every government stakeholder was pushed by the center to have an official social media presence. How does this help? It will help in a very big way because they can provide the official, authentic information to counter fake news. Understood? Right from Prime Minister's office to a personal account for the Prime Minister, going all the way till your local police station. Every government entity made a social media presence officially. Official accounts were opened. Dedicated teams were set up in every department, every ministry to manage these accounts. So for that, a set of framework and guidelines were created. How should the government communicate on social media? How can we counter fake news? If someone is spreading a wrong information, let's say someone is saying that riots are happening in Delhi, immediately Delhi police will tweet. They'll post on Instagram, they'll post a video on YouTube saying this is false, it's a lie. There are no riots happening, everything is peaceful, this is just a fake news. So the moment Delhi police put out that message, immediately everyone receives it and there is no tension created because of that. Right? Immediately the government can clarify that this is false, this is a lie, this is fake news. Right? Governments can increase their presence to spread official information, to spread the facts. So that is one measure that we can take, and India has already done this. That's why today every government entity has official presence, right? On every major platform, from YouTube to Twitter to Facebook, Instagram, right? Even platforms like Pinterest, Reddit, everywhere, government agencies have an official presence today. You look at all the top ministries, major departments, armed forces, right? Even your police forces, state departments, your local city corporation. Everybody has an official presence, and this helps in bringing authentic official information. It automatically plays a role in countering fake news. So government has done a part of its job. The other responsibility lies with the social media firms, the big tech companies, the platform owners. They have to be responsible. They have to promote more transparency in their policies. That has always been a challenge. Social media companies are they are very guarded, very conservative. They don't promote transparency. They don't tell how their algorithms function, right? They don't cooperate with law enforcement agencies. So because of that, there has been a standoff between the government and the social media companies. So there is a need for the companies to be more transparent, to take more responsibility for the content being posted on their platforms. They can come up with technological solutions to solve the problem. They should work with police and law enforcement agencies, cooperate with the concerned authorities, and follow the law of the land. The laws, the rules, the policies which is enforced should be strictly followed by the companies. They should obey the law of the land. Nobody is above the law of the land, right? I will explain this issue in detail. We'll take a look at this in detail. That is the last topic I would like to cover here. They can come up with their own innovations to tackle the problem, right? So that is what these companies are trying to do as well. For example, there are many innovations that these companies have done, very small changes in their platform, which has played a big role in addressing the challenges. See, one challenge was people were opening fake accounts. Anybody could open any number of accounts. There's no limitation at all, right? So I can open an account in the name of Prime Minister Modi. I can open an account in the name of the Indian Army, right? Now, how will you distinguish? How will you get to know which is an official account, which is a fake account? Celebrities, they have hundreds of fake accounts created by various fans and others, right? Now, what if they start spreading the wrong information? What if they try to instigate people, promote hatred, or spread wrong information? Right? The subscribers who are looking at it, if they can't distinguish between official account and authentic account, people start believing everything, right? This could lead to all the problems that we discussed. So it was very important to identify official accounts, especially for government entities, for organizations, and even for celebrities, for well-known individuals. So for this purpose, a very small innovation was done, a genius innovation, the blue tick. Basically a verified account. These platforms, they started a practice that will start a verification process. Well-known individuals, celebrities, influencers, public leaders, right? Government institutions, private companies, organizations, they could all apply for verification to get their official account verified. Once the accounts are verified on the basis of some documentation, they'll be given a blue tick mark. Right next to the account, you will see the blue tick. Automatically, you will get to know this is the only official account. Everything else is fake. Such a small innovation, but a big impact. The whole problem was solved with such a simple design change and a process change. So you should give credit to the companies as well, right? All the social media companies started the verification program. They started verifying the account, certifying the accounts with a blue tick mark. Simple, genius solution solved the whole problem of fake accounts. Now let there be fake accounts. You can deal with it. People know that these are fake accounts. The genuine account is the only one with a blue tick mark, right? Another feature was the limitation on the number of forwards. WhatsApp especially was blamed around the world for various viral messages, which was posing a security problem. Because messages go viral, millions of people will start forwarding it. So WhatsApp introduced a feature. If messages are going viral, automatically it will be limited. Have you seen you can't forward a message, a certain forward, to more than 5 contacts or sometimes more than one contact? You have to select each contact separately every time to send it to a large group of people. So that becomes a very painful task and you will have no interest to send it to everyone. Previously, you could just, hit forward and send it to multiple contacts at the same time. So it was easier, and as a result, messages were going viral exponentially, uncontrollably. Now, certain viral messages which are flagged, they can be curbed. Their spread can be limited through the number of limits on the forward. Another simple innovation, but with a great impact. Next, fact checking and reporting is something the companies have introduced. Today, you can report any objectionable post. Let's say you see a post on any platform and you feel it's fake news, or it is inciting hatred, or pushing someone to commit harm to themselves by promoting suicidal tendencies, or if you see that someone is posting nude or completely pornographic content, especially child pornography. If such objectionable content is being posted, every user now has the right to report it, and the companies will act. On one hand, they have come up with smart algorithms which can filter out fake news, bot accounts, fake accounts. Automatically, they get filtered out. Plus, they have a fact check team on the back end. They've recruited people, trained them with their internal policies. They have their own internal policy document, right? They will take a look at your report, look at the post to see if it violates any of their internal guidelines. If it is promoting any of these extremist views, they will take down the post. If required, they'll block the account as well. They will never allow that person to open another account. Is that clear? Donald Trump is himself an example. When he disrupted the electoral process by claiming that elections were fraud, immediately he was blocked out of various social media platforms. And they ensured he could never open an account again on their platforms. Right? So such action is taken. They give a report as well to you. If you have never done it, please try it out. If you've never reported anything, please do it once. Right? Go to your friend's account, open a post your friend has posted and report it. Just like that. Just to see what is the response. So you get a lot of options. Is it promoting hatred? Is it promoting hate speech or communal violence? Or is it related to drug abuse or suicidal tendencies, etc.? Accordingly, you can select the option and you can report it. You get an immediate acknowledgement. Immediately, you get a notification saying we are looking into it. We'll check whether this violates our guidelines. We are sorry for your experience, but we'll get back to you. We'll get back to you with an update. Within few hours or within few days, they'll get back with a response as to what action they have taken. If the post violates their internal policy guidelines, right, they will block that post. They'll let you know. The one who reported it will be informed that thanks to your reporting, we have taken down this post. We have blocked this account. If it does not violate their guidelines, they'll not take any action. They'll just inform you that it does not violate any guidelines, so we are not taking it down. So whatever action is taken, whether they block the post or not, they'll inform the person who reported it. So that is the process, the internal process that the companies have created. It takes a lot of effort on their end. They have algorithms, smart AI algorithms that can filter out fake messages, bot accounts, and even certain objectionable content. By looking for objectionable text, images, videos, audio, it can automatically filter out many of the content. Right? A lot of this has been automated on the back end. So that requires a lot of technological innovation. Plus, they have dedicated back-end teams to conduct content review, fact checking, to check the reports that are coming up. They'll be getting millions of requests, or at least lakhs of requests. They have to be processed as soon as possible. So they have put in quite a few resources behind it to ensure that the internet, the social media is safer for everyone. Right? So these are various measures that can be taken by the companies themselves, apart from what the government can do. Then we as people, as citizens, as responsible users, we have a big responsibility. We should be aware, self-aware. We should know the risks. We should check every fact. We shouldn't assume everything that we are reading is true, right? Let's say you see something that is too good to be true or something that is suspicious. Instead of blindly forwarding it to your friends and family members, please go on authentic websites, reliable platforms, and do a fact check. Right? If someone says that, let's say, a person is involved in some illicit activity, right? Instead of blindly believing it, just check whether it's true or not. Let's say you got a forward saying there has been a bomb blast. Instead of blindly forwarding it, check on genuine websites, genuine media platforms, government platforms. You have all the access, you have all the awareness. It just takes that effort. So if you stop forwarding fake messages, you're contributing to that fight. You can educate your own people, right? Your family members, your friends, your circle, right? Who may not be aware of this, who are blindly forwarding everything they get, right? If they are falling prey to propaganda, you see that happening and you can educate them. You can tell them, see, this is wrong. Look, this is the fact. This message is completely wrong. This is the factual information. So that level of involvement at the grassroots can have a big impact, a very big impact. So everyone has a responsibility. The governments, the companies, the big tech companies, the social media firms, and the people. So it requires the collective effort of everyone to solve this problem. You may not be able to entirely solve it, but at least manage the challenge. Ensure that it doesn't pose a major threat to our country, to our society. Is that clear? So what do we need for this? We need laws. We need rules that lays down the policy. That is what is needed. Social media firms, can promote self-regulation as well. Government can also maintain surveillance. That's also another option. Intelligence agencies, law enforcement agencies, they can maintain reasonable surveillance. But again, there is a concern. It shouldn't become mass surveillance or targeted surveillance. Intelligence and law enforcement agencies, they have a genuine concern here. Of course, they should monitor the internet and social media. They should look out for miscreants, for terror elements, for anyone who could pose a threat, any messages, any content that could pose a threat. But doesn't mean it should become mass surveillance or targeted surveillance that could violate your fundamental rights. That balance has to be struck by the government. So there are a lot of conflicting objectives and responsibilities here. The government has a set of objectives which conflicts with objectives of the private companies. It conflicts with the objectives of the citizens. The responsibilities all of us have, the people, the government, and the companies, even that is in conflict, right? So that is something that should be tackled. A balance has to be struck between these stakeholders. Is that clear? So this is where we will talk about the need for a data protection law. Why a data protection law is necessary. Why regulation of social media firms is necessary. What laws and policies do we have? What rules has India brought out? And what is this called as data localization? This is something we'll understand in the next 30 minutes. Now, before I start with this discussion, let me represent this issue through a small schematic so that you clearly understand what I'm talking about. Now, when it comes to regulating social media, regulating the internet, there are three different stakeholders, three major entities involved. One is the government itself. The government represents one stakeholder. So this includes all government entities, ministries, departments, the police, intelligence agencies. Every state actor is part of the government. Then the other stakeholder would be the tech companies, the big tech, all the social media firms, the private companies. The other stakeholder would be the citizens, the users. These are the primary stakeholders with regard to the issue of regulation of social media. Now, I told you that they have conflicting objectives and responsibilities. What do you mean by this? To understand this, let's look at what each stakeholder wants. What does the government want? What do social media companies want? What do we want as citizens or users? If you look at that, automatically things will become clear to you. Now, what does the government want? The government wants to ensure that the data privacy, data security of its citizens is guarded and protected. The government genuinely is interested in this. It's an obligation, it's a duty of the government today in India. Why? Because data privacy is now a fundamental right. Is that clear? Right to privacy was declared as a fundamental right in India. So governments have a duty. It's not just their interest. They have an obligation, a constitutional duty to protect the data privacy and data security of their citizens, to ensure that data of Indian citizens is not misused. It's not used for the wrong purposes. So that is why governments seek to regulate the companies, to protect your data privacy and data security, which is also connected with national security. Because at the end of the day, our citizens' data is our national data. If it is in the wrong hands of an enemy country, of a hostile element, they could easily misuse this to create national security problems. Right? They would not just breach data privacy and data security of the citizens. This could be misused to create national security problems. So as a result, the government has a direct motive to regulate the tech companies, to regulate the social media firms. Now, do you know under which fundamental right has right to privacy been recognized as a fundamental right? Under which article? Very good. Many of you are giving the right answer. It is Article 21. Under right to life, the Supreme Court of India gave a wider interpretation. This is a landmark case, a historic case. Do you know which judgment is this? In which case did the Supreme Court interpret right to privacy as part of Article 21? Very good. Raghav, Shivaji, Kaustubh, Shovik, Kishan, Pooja, and many others have given the right answer. Very good. It was in the K.S. Puttaswamy case. It's one of the landmark cases in recent times. One of the most important historic judgments of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court declared right to privacy as a fundamental right under Article 21. That includes your digital privacy. Is that clear? So this is a fundamental right, which means the state itself cannot violate your data privacy. Even the government, even intelligence agencies, police forces cannot violate your right to privacy or digital privacy. So governments themselves have an obligation here. A constitutional duty on them has been vested through Article 21. Plus, they have to ensure that private companies and other players are not violating the privacy of our citizens. And since it is tied to national security interests, since our citizens' data is eventually national data, there is a need to regulate the companies to ensure it is not misused. It doesn't fall into the wrong hands. That is what the governments want. One, they want to fulfill their constitutional duty, right? Ensure your data privacy, data security, deal with security challenges. And for that purpose, they want to regulate the companies. This also means that the government wants to maintain a degree of surveillance on the citizens. The intelligence, law enforcement, and police, these government entities, they do have a legitimate interest to maintain some degree of surveillance on the citizens as well. Because there could be miscreants amongst our citizens who could be involved in anti-national activities. Maybe our own citizen might spread a fake news. Our own people might be involved in a propaganda campaign targeting the state, right? So government genuinely has an interest to keep some kind of surveillance, limited surveillance at least, on the citizens. But this should be within the constitutional framework. That is the concern. Because we as citizens, we don't want our government to be snooping on us. Nobody would like mass surveillance by the state. That is the end of your fundamental rights. If intelligence and law enforcement and police agencies, if they have sweeping surveillance powers, right? If they have all the rights to engage in mass surveillance and targeted surveillance, then that is the death of democracy, right? You will have no privacy, no other fundamental rights. Your free speech can be curbed. Your right to expression can be curbed. Ruling party can misuse that power to target critics, political opponents, journalists, dissidents, and that will wipe out free speech, free press, and right to expression. Article 19 will get destroyed if surveillance is mass surveillance and targeted surveillance by the state. So citizens are concerned about their fundamental rights and their data privacy. We are concerned about our fundamental right, our data privacy. This is what we are concerned about. We don't want the government to be snooping on us unnecessarily, right? For legitimate reasons, yes, it's needed. To prevent crime, to tackle security threats, yes, but not in general. And it shouldn't be used to cripple our freedom of speech and expression. We should always have the right to criticize the government leaders, right? That right can't be taken away through mass surveillance and targeted surveillance. That is what we expect from our government as citizens. As users of these social media platforms, we expect the companies to uphold our data security. So we have an expectation from companies as well, right? We are placing our trust, our faith in these companies and then sharing our data. All of us know intimate data is getting collected. Our location, what we search, what we type, sometimes what we speak, including visuals, images are getting captured, getting shared with the companies. We are okay with it because we have some trust, some faith in these companies that they will protect our data. that they will not misuse our data. So we have these expectations from the government and from the companies. That's what we want as citizens and users. We want our fundamental rights to be upheld by the government and our data privacy, data security to be protected by the social media firms. Now, what do the companies want? Of course, they are private companies. They will be driven by the profit motive. Correct? There's nothing wrong with that. That's what private business is for. It's meant for profit. That's what creates jobs in the economy, right? So there's nothing wrong in a company striving to make profits. But the question is, how do they make those profits? As social media companies, they will look to monetize user data. That is the core of the business model, or else they can't generate revenue. Their businesses will not survive if they can't monetize your data. So they would be interested in monetizing data to generate revenue for the company. All right. But now companies face a challenge with governments. What's the challenge? They fear excessive regulation in the name of national security. In the name of national security and in the name of citizen rights, governments might misuse the regulatory powers. There is a possibility. Governments might overexert themselves on the companies, imposing excessive laws and regulations on them, which could stifle the company. Right? They fear that autocratic governments, authoritarian governments might force them to reveal user data for surveillance purposes by citing laws and policies, by citing law of the land has to be followed by everyone. What if your government agencies are forcing the companies to reveal your data? Since many platforms offer end-to-end encryption, even intelligence agencies may not be able to crack the high-level encryption. Even with supercomputers, it might take months and years to crack the encryption of the companies, making it almost impossible to penetrate. Right? Even the best surveillance systems may not be able to crack the high-end encryption. So without their cooperation, we can't access user data. So in the name of national security, in the name of law and order, in the name of citizen interests, what if your government is misusing that power? What if the government is forcing the companies to reveal user data, which could be used for surveillance, for crippling your right to free speech and expression? That is a concern companies have. It's a genuine concern because companies have an obligation to protect your data privacy as well. If governments are trying to protect your privacy and security from the companies, companies are trying to protect your privacy and security from the government itself. Right? Because governments can try to ask for your data. They try to force the companies to track the user, and that is a violation of your rights. If it is for a valid, genuine reason, fine. If there is a person posing a real threat to law and order, to security, then yes. But what if this is being done with a political interest, with a motivated interest? What if ruling party does not like a journalist? What if ruling party wants to target political opposition? They might use the laws and policies, force the companies to reveal the data of these users so that they can spy on them and use that to target them. They can use that to shut any dissent. So that is a grave violation of fundamental rights. It's a breach of your data privacy, data security by the government itself. So to protect the users and citizens, companies have a genuine concern. As these are foreign companies, they're concerned about the regulatory policies of other foreign governments where they operate. So this is what leads to that standoff between the government and the social media firms. Both sides have a legitimate argument. Citizens and users have a legitimate interest. Now, how do you balance this? How do you strike a balance here? It is such a complicated issue. To strike this balance, you need a well-designed data protection law. A law enacted by the parliament that protects data privacy, data security, that places some restrictions, duties on the government and the companies while giving some rights to the citizens. That is the only way forward. You need a progressive, liberal data protection law designed to protect the citizens first, then, of course, national security and the interests of all the stakeholders. Right? So, data protection law would be needed along with regulatory rules through which the government can regulate these companies. That is the need of the hour. All right. Now, let us see what India has done in this regard. Let's see where India stands. Can you tell me, do we have a data protection law or not? Does India have a data protection law? That is the next topic I'll be discussing. Do we have a data protection law or not? Yes or no? Good. Most of you are saying yes. Some of them are saying still no. So those who are saying no, it means you guys are not in touch with current affairs. Yes, we do have a data protection law. It took many years. There was a delay for many years. There were many issues, many controversies. I think that's why if some students are thinking we still don't have a data protection law. But recently, a new version of the data protection bill was passed by the parliament and it has been brought out. So today we do have a data protection law in place. Now, to frame this law, back in 2017-18, a committee was established by the government. The Ministry of Electronics and IT, the concerned ministry, set up the Sri Krishna Committee. Justice B.N. Sri Krishna, former Supreme Court judge, under his chairmanship, this committee was constituted to suggest a law for personal data protection, for protecting personal data of the citizens. This was the mandate of the committee. Is that clear? What is personal data? Personal data is such data collected digitally through digital platforms through which the living person who generated the data can be identified. By using these data parameters, if you can identify who is the person behind it, which individual generated this data, then that such data is personal data. For example, my name, my age, gender, my address, my residential address, the address of my workplace, my biometric details, my fingerprints, my DNA sample, right? The scan of my iris and retina. All this is personal information. Information that is personal to me as an individual. Now, anyone looking at this data can pinpoint that this data belongs to me. So if you can do that connection, if you can identify the person behind that data becomes personal data. Everything else is non-personal data. Non-personal data will not help you identify the person behind it. Non-personal data will help you learn patterns in the society, in the market. Right? It is actually very useful for companies, for businesses. It helps in tracking user behavior, user choice and preferences, through which they can design better products, provide better services. They can customize their products and their services. So non-personal data is separate from your personal data. Like, for example, let me explain this. Let's take an example. I'm sure all of us order food on various delivery platforms, Swiggy, Zomato, ONDC, etc. Right? Now, a platform like Swiggy or Zomato, right, they would have collected some personal data from you. When you opened an account, you would have shared your name, your mobile number, your email ID. You would have linked it with your bank account or with your payment app. You would have given your house address, your work address, right, your age and gender. All these are personal details. This is personal data. These companies have a separate obligation to protect your personal data, because if it leaks out, if it falls into someone else's hand, by looking at these data parameters, they can identify who's this person. And tomorrow they can manipulate the data to steal your identity or to commit financial frauds or cyber crimes. Correct? So this becomes your personal data, which is intimate to you, which is very close to you, which is related to you. Non-personal data is about user choice and user behavior. Like for example, in Delhi, which is the most ordered food item, or in Karol Bagh, right? Which is the most ordered food item on a Sunday? In Bangalore, which is the most ordered item during New Year's? This is non-personal data. It's giving information about user choice on a large scale. It's metadata, which can be used for customizing the company's services and products. Let's say Swiggy, Zomato, they understand through non-personal data that peak traffic is coming at during breakfast time, during dinner time. They will identify the specific hours, and based on that, they can assign more delivery executives to ensure your order reaches you faster. They will know that afternoon there is a lag, not many people are ordering, so they can reduce their resources. They can optimize their operations, give you better delivery, better offering, better services, and increase their own profits. So that is the advantage of monetizing non-personal data. Is that clear? Let's say in a city or in a locality, there is a preference for one restaurant. The company can inform that restaurant, see, this is where you can expect peak orders. If you can work together, we can efficiently deliver more orders, serving more customers, which is good for everyone. So non-personal data is not harmful to you. Even if it leaks out, it's not harmful to you. Problem is your personal data. This is intimate. It's connected to your identity. In the wrong hands, your personal data can be misused to steal your identity itself. Your identity can be erased. Someone else can take over your identity. It is possible in today's world. Digitally, you can be wiped out. You don't exist. Your identity can be given to someone else. Or financial frauds and cyber crimes can be committed by targeting you by using your personal data. Let's say cyber criminals get hold of it. They know your name, they know where you stay, where you work. With those basic details, they can easily trick you. They can call you and deceive you by sharing the information, making you believe that they are genuine and authentic. And you might end up revealing personal sensitive information regarding your banking account or maybe your credit card details, and you will end up losing a lot of money, right? So protecting personal data is crucial. So that is why this committee was set up, the Sri Krishna Committee. All right, we will look at the recommendations, what the Sri Krishna Committee recommended. But before that, I'll give you a small exercise. There is another committee constituted to look at the regulation of non-personal data. The government has set up another committee. It's headed by a very popular person. Please find out which committee is this. Is that clear? This person, who is the chairperson of this committee to recommend a policy for non-personal data, is a very reputed name in the IT industry. So he has been chosen by the government to head this committee to recommend a law for regulating non-personal data. Find out who it is. Find out the name of the committee. So personal data protection was under Sri Krishna Committee. After thorough review, thorough consultations, it suggested some recommendations. It gave a lot of recommendations. It suggested several provisions to be included in the upcoming data protection bill. Sri Krishna Committee said that we should categorize the stakeholders into data principals, data fiduciaries. Data principals are the users, the people, the citizens. We are the data principals, meaning we own the data. The term principal was used to signify that the users own the data. We are generating the data, so we own the data. The law has to be user-centric, citizen-centric. So that is why Sri Krishna Committee recommended that recognize the users as the data principals. They are the ones generating the personal data. It belongs to them. It doesn't belong to the government. It doesn't belong to the companies. It belongs to you. So you should have complete control and ownership over your data. That's the whole concept. So users were recognized as data principals. The rest were recognized as data fiduciaries. All the intermediaries who come in between, both public and private, they were recognized as data fiduciaries. They are the ones collecting your data, storing it, processing and handling. They might even be transferring your data. All these entities become the data fiduciaries. This could be your social media companies, your internet service providers, the mobile phone manufacturers, right? Government agencies, departments, government ministries. They all fall under this category. Every government entity, every private company which is involved in the business of collecting data, handling, processing data, transferring data, storing data, they are the intermediaries, recognized as data fiduciaries. So Sri Krishna committee recommended that data principals have to be given rights to uphold their data privacy, their data security. Users have to be given a set of rights, which becomes a duty, an obligation for the fiduciaries. That's how rights and duties work. Rights given to the users becomes obligations, becomes duties for the intermediaries, for the data fiduciaries. So what are these rights recommended by Sri Krishna committee? The first right is the right to consent. Right to consent should be provided. Meaning, if the fiduciary is collecting your data, you should be informed explicitly. Be it a government entity or a private company, social media company, internet service provider, whoever it is. If they are looking to collect your data, your personal digital data, they have to explicitly inform the user. You should get to know that they are collecting my personal data. A clear notification has to be given and you have to approve it. Your permission is mandatory. Without your explicit permission, personal data cannot be collected. Is that clear? This is right to consent, meaning with your approval, with your explicit consent, they are going to collect your data. Got it? This was a very important recommendation from the committee. Next, the right to be forgotten. Now, tomorrow, let's say I decide I want to quit social media. I'm a UPSC aspirant. I want to focus on my studies. Social media is a distraction. I decide to delete my accounts. Now, do you know, even after you quit the platform, even if you delete your accounts permanently, the companies will still hold your personal data because it helps in training their algorithms. Even after you quit the platform, you delete your Facebook account, your YouTube account, still they will hold on to your personal data because it will help them in building their product. Is that clear? Now, you need a guarantee. As a user, I need a guarantee that tomorrow if I'm quitting the platform, I'm withdrawing my consent. I should also get a guarantee that they're erasing, wiping out all the data they have against me. Got it? That is the right to be forgotten. If I exercise this right, the fiduciaries have to prove to the user that all the data historically held against that person is being deleted in a transparent manner. They should promise, they should guarantee that they have no other data on this person. If they decide to withdraw consent tomorrow, if they decide to withdraw and quit the platform, they should have an option to be forgotten completely. Right? So fiduciaries have that duty, they have that obligation. They should not only get consent when they start collecting data and using it, they should also provide the right to be forgotten. If someone is deleting the account, they should get an option to download all the data. If you go to your account, you go to settings, you can see you can download the report, right, which contains all the data information that they have collected against you. And if you exercise the right to be forgotten, they have to delete everything. They have to transparently show this, explicitly prove this, that all data held against you has been deleted. So that is right to be forgotten. These important rights were recommended by Sri Krishna committee. But of course, there has to be some exemptions for few government entities. Now, can you tell IT department that tomorrow forget my PAN card number? You can't. You can't tell RBI, you can't tell banks that forget my data. Right? You can't do that. You can't tell Aadhaar, the the UIDAI, the Unique Identification Authority of India, which maintains the Aadhaar system, you can't tell Aadhaar authorities, the UIDA authorities, to forget all your data. Government needs that data for certain purposes, for welfare schemes, for governance, for security reasons, right? Certain government entities can't delete the data, and sometimes government entities may not be able to take your consent all the time. Like intelligence agencies, they can't come and ask the targeted person that can we spy on you, can we look at your digital data. They can't do that. They have to do it secretly, right? If they have a suspected terrorist in the country, they can't ask him for his consent, right? That's not how it works. So they have to do it discreetly, so their consent cannot be applied. Right to consent will not apply. In some cases, right to forgotten will not apply for government entities. So some exemptions have to be given on the grounds of national security, for governance, welfare, continuation of administration. These rights cannot be applied for all government agencies, and some of them will be exempted. So Sri Krishna Committee also said yes, some government agencies will get exemptions, but this will be limited. It will be limited to few government entities where it is really needed. Only they will be exempted from right to consent and right to be forgotten. All right. Next, it recommended data localization. What do you mean by this? Do you know that most of the big tech companies, even the IT companies, they don't have data centers in India. Many of them didn't even have offices in India, even though India was one of their biggest markets. You take many big social media firms, many of them, right, even now they have a practice of storing your data abroad in foreign data centers. There's a reason behind it. Many of them did not have registered offices in India. They would only virtually operate. They had no employees in India, no presence in India, operating from a foreign country. Now, this becomes a concern when our law enforcement authorities are looking for cooperation from them. When we want to enforce our rules, our laws on them, we don't have jurisdiction because the data centers are not even present in India. Jurisdiction is a physical element, right? Our laws, our jurisdiction applies within our country, within our territory. If data centers are abroad, if the company is abroad, if the company has no offices here and no employees here, how will we enforce the regulations? How will we ensure they cooperate with our law enforcement agencies when there is a security challenge? Imagine there is a hate message triggering violence, leading to riots, and police, law enforcement, and intelligence agencies are approaching the company, and the company says, we can't help you. The company says, we don't follow your laws, we follow laws of another country. The company will say, we can't violate data privacy of our users by sharing the data with government entities. What will you do? Right? It becomes a question of jurisdiction. Even if court orders are brought, judicially or legally speaking, you can approach the judiciary as well to take the legal route, and our authorities can get a court order issued to these companies, forcing them to cooperate. Even then, they can refuse to cooperate, saying that we are not under your jurisdiction. We are not following your laws, we are following someone else's laws. Now, this is a problematic area. Now, first of all, why do companies have data centers abroad? That's the big question. There are two reasons behind it. One is a practical reason, an economic reason. These data centers, they are massive facilities holding massive amounts of data. These servers, the data centers that they run, they're such big facilities that the systems require a lot of cooling solutions. The data centers, they can't operate under higher temperatures. They need cooling solutions, ideal temperatures to be maintained, a very clean environment to be maintained, right? Now, this is possible in developed countries, in temperate countries, which are having colder climates. In tropical countries, heating solutions become expensive. They have to invest more in air conditioning, right? And this is not a small amount. Their electricity bill will run into millions of dollars, which is a very big operational expense for them. The data centers will be so massive that the electricity consumption will be very, very huge. So when they set up the centers in countries like India, let's say, in hot tropical countries like India, their cooling requirements will increase, which shoots up their electricity bill, right? The business will not be profitable anymore. So they prefer cooler, colder regions, temperate regions. The other reason is that one is temperature, the cost involved with cooling solutions. Second is about government regulation. These companies prefer those countries, those jurisdictions which are more liberal, where laws and regulations are inclined towards the citizens, not towards the government itself. Right? This is a feature of some modern Western democracies, like, let's say, West Europe, right? Like Ireland, Iceland, Netherlands, Denmark. These are very progressive liberal democracies. Across Europe, they have these laws which favor the citizens any day more than the government itself. They don't encourage any kind of extensive government surveillance. They don't allow companies to violate user rights and data privacy. So there they get more protection. They're not forced by the governments to cooperate, reveal information, give access to user accounts and user data. So they prefer such jurisdictions. They know if they base themselves in countries like, let's say, West Asian countries or India or others, they will be pressurized by the government. They'll be forced to reveal data, right, which hampers their business model, which could affect the trust factor as well, which could enable governments surveillance on their users. So because of these two reasons, they prefer developed countries, Western cold countries. It will tackle the cooling problem as well, bring down their operational cost, and the regulatory obligations will also be less on them. They'll not run into frequent conflicts with the government and the judiciary. So that's why they prefer such countries. Now, this is unacceptable for a country like India, because India being one of their largest markets, Indian users being the largest contributors to the companies, how can they not have a data center here? As you know, data is now linked with national security. How can Indian data being harvested and scooped out and stored abroad? That's a national security risk. What if powerful governments and intelligence agencies get hold of it? Right? In the US, for example, the US intelligence agencies, they do have an enormous leverage over these companies. Several leaks which have been brought, which has brought out a lot of classified information. It has shown that the NSA, the National Security Agency of the US, which is responsible for all technical interception, it has forced many companies to deliberately provide access to the data. Companies like Apple, Microsoft, Google, Meta, they've all been forced by the NSA to lower their encryption standards so that only US intelligence agencies can hack into their systems. They have forced these companies to create backdoors, security backdoors, through which they can hack into the systems of other countries, networks of other countries. This is part of their global espionage program. So obviously, this is a big security risk, and we can't risk our user data being taken abroad, right? And we want to enforce our jurisdiction. We want our laws, our regulation to be followed by these companies. If their business is here, if their business is coming from Indian citizens, we want them to have a presence here. They should have official offices, employees present here. They should follow the law of the land, follow the regulations, cooperate with our authorities whenever necessary, right? So that is called data localization, meaning you are mandating the company to set up local data centers. Is that clear? Data localization, meaning these foreign companies, they have to set up data centers locally in India, within Indian territory, within Indian jurisdiction. So our laws will fully apply to them. Our government, our judiciary will have full jurisdiction over them. That is the concept of data localization. It was recommended by the Sri Krishna Committee as well, that government should mandate the companies to follow data localization, to set up data centers in India. It recommended a data protection authority to enforce these provisions and to resolve, settle disputes, to hear appeals, etc. This is what the Sri Krishna Committee had recommended. All right. So I would like to stop over here. Let's stop over here, right? We are running out of time. Please understand, today is not the last class. Yes, it was part of the schedule, but since there are many new topics, many new discussions to be had, we will have to take few extra classes. So the remaining 2-3 chapters that we have, we will cover them through some extra classes. You will be informed when the classes will happen, right? We will wrap up this whole chapter, then look at money laundering and border security, and finally the last topic, which is Security Forces of India. So let's schedule some extra classes for this and we'll pick it up in the next classes. So now I think everyone is clear on what we have discussed. Please understand the recommendations of Sri Krishna Committee. In the next class, we will discuss the Data Protection Bill. Initially, there was one version which ran into a controversy. Later, it was withdrawn. A new version of the bill was introduced that has been adopted as a law. So we will discuss this in the next class. We'll go into the details of the bill. We'll understand all the key provisions and we will talk about IT rules notified recently to regulate social media, to regulate new media. So this is the next part of the discussion. We'll wrap up these chapters, rather these topics, and then take up the last two topics. And the extra classes will inform you when we can hold these classes. Now, I will just see if you have any doubts, any questions. Please let me know. Any questions, any doubts? Let me know how the classes went. I hope you guys are liking the discussion because it's very important to like the subject, especially subjects like internal security. It can otherwise become boring because there is no set standard here, no standard textbook, no set syllabus. It's all very dynamic, right? It's all based on current affairs. So some of you might find it a little boring, but I'm trying my best to make it interesting. So I really hope you guys are connecting with the subject. Once you like the subject, love the subject, automatically your learning will improve, right? That is my goal here, to ensure that you not just understand what we are discussing, but love the subject that we are discussing. It's a pressing issue that the government of India deals with. So any aspiring civil servant should be familiar with all these topics. It's very, very relevant, directly relevant for your exams. So let's see what questions are there. Just give me a minute. Sham is asking, sir, are you saying that utilizing our data by company needs to take our permission? Is that same as we allowed permissions initially? Or again, they ask permission? No, initially when you download the app, right? Before you open your account, the moment you open the app, initially some permissions are sought. Only when you give those permissions will the app function normally, or else you won't be able to use their features or open an account. So that itself is part of your consent. There is a consent form. If you read carefully, there is a terms and conditions, right? There's a consent form which is given to you. Problem is most of us don't read. We don't even read. We simply scroll down and we directly put a tick mark and we give our approval. If you go through the documents, you will see that they're asking your consent. They're telling you how they will use your data, how they will collect, process your data, how they are going to monetize your data. They would have mentioned this in their legal documents. So they share this with you, asking your consent. Problem is we don't read that. So next time, do this. When you download a new application, when you're giving your permissions, giving your consent, try and see if you can go through one of the documents so that you get familiar with what kind of consent they obtain. Nagraj is saying, sir, BN Sri Krishna Committee also dealt with the creation of Telangana and the socio-economic development of Telangana. Correct? But that is a different committee. It's the same person, Justice BN Sri Krishna. He headed one more committee which was related to Telangana, creation of Telangana and the post bifurcation of Telangana regarding the development of Telangana. So that was a different committee altogether, which was with regard to reorganization of Andhra Pradesh. But this is different. It's a different committee under the same person to deal with personal data protection. Sarita is asking, sir, now in Twitter, anybody can buy a blue tick, which decreases its relevance. You're absolutely right. That is why Elon Musk is facing a lot of criticism. The way he is managing Twitter, which is now X, right? Since Elon Musk took over Twitter and the rebranding has been done, the restructuring has been done, there's a lot of controversy around the company, right? The policies of X, the kind of propaganda they're encouraging. There's allegation that X is inclined towards right-wing extremist ideology, giving a free hand for right-wing extremists to carry out their propaganda. So one more concern expressed is that now Elon Musk has said anybody can buy a blue tick. I think it's 800 rupees or something per month. Every one of us can get a blue tick. So this in a way decreases the relevance of the blue tick mark, right? So that is a concern which has been expressed. That's why companies have to be more responsible regarding what they do. Uh, Next, Himani is asking, sir, the recent personal data protection bill, does it contain provisions to check illicit darknet activities? No. The data protection bill deals only with data protection. Any criminal activity in the cyber world, in the internet, is dealt with under the IT Act, the Information Technology Act. All cyber crimes, all illicit activities on the internet is dealt under the IT Act. Data protection law is only about protecting your data, your personal data. Sir, which class do we have tomorrow? Do we have internal security class tomorrow? Let us confirm this. Let me have a word with the operations team. I think you would have already got the schedule, right? I'm pretty sure for tomorrow there is another subject schedule. Please take a look at it. And we will schedule the extra classes. We'll clearly communicate this to you. Don't worry at all. You'll get a mail, you'll get all the updates. You can contact us anytime. So we will inform you when the extra classes will be held. We might need like 2 or maybe 3 classes. So let's plan and get back to you. You will be informed about it. So tomorrow, whatever schedule was there, that will continue. Let's say there's a new subject starting, that will continue. But these extra classes will happen separately. Don't worry, we'll get it done. All right. So guys, I think that's it for today. Let's stop the session here. So tomorrow, as I told you, you'll follow the regular schedule. We'll update you when the extra classes will happen. I really hope you guys are enjoying the classes, learning everything, right? Because these topics are not just important for internal security, they're important for some other subjects as well. You can see the close links with polity, international relations, science and technology. So that's why it's a very dynamic, interesting subject. So do let me know how the class went. I'll see you soon. We'll let you know when the next class will be. Till then, take care. Have a good day.